Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Carry First Africa Cup 2025. This is the Women's International. We have Tunisia up against KTG in the upper bracket finals. These two teams making it all the way here. We're expecting an exciting match. It is a best of three. Let me introduce myself. I'm Waylander, and alongside me is Sapolga. How are you doing, my friend?
No, I'm perfectly fine here, Wayland. I'm extremely excited to see what happens in these last two matches here. Unfortunately, we have had a disqualification on our side here from Red Vortex for unknown reasons. So who knows what could have happened to them, but unfortunately, they will be not playing. It's going to be KTG standing for Kitsune Gaming Esports up against Team Tunisia, as you just said. I don't know too much about KTG personally, but Team Tunisia, I've seen Team Tunisia work in the AEC held in Morocco last year, and they absolutely shredded. So if I'm having a favorite going into this, it's going to have to be for Team Tunisia here.
Okay, I don't know what everybody else is thinking, right? Like, but since you picked Tunisia, I think I'm gonna go the opposite direction. Let's get the casters a little bit divided here as we both try and score two different teams and see who's gonna be taking home the trophy.
Yeah, no, I think it was definitely a landslide. I remember. If KCG are from Egypt, I'll have to confirm for that, because I feel like in AEC last year it was like Egypt that was running the show along with Tunisia. Those two are neck and neck, in both the male and the female age groups. I mean gender groups. Excuse me there. So I think. If they are from Egypt, then we're gonna definitely have a match. If they're not, we're gonna look at someone who's gonna have to take down some really scary opponents.
Yeah. The North African teams are quite strong in the continent of Africa, and well, the winners of this overall, because we'll be moving from the upper bracket finals into the grand finals. Upper bracket being the best of three, grand finals will be a best of five thriller, and well, these two teams are going to get to know quite a lot about each other along the line. But the winners of this will be going on to represent Africa on the world stage. So a lot to play for.
Yeah, dude, it's like a best of seven essentially. As I was making the comparison earlier, a best of seven is technically going to be pretty crazy when it comes to these two teams, because what I've seen before in these sort of matchups is that the teams end up learning so much about each other that they create their own meta in the space of a matter of matches. Some heroes that come up quite often in these sort of situations is the Kaja Franco, just because suppression is such a valuable tool. Once you figured out who is the strongest, like the biggest threat towards yourselves, so having that bloody hunt, that divine judgment, those are real threats when it comes to just finding out weaknesses in and cracks in your opponent's armor. So I'm expecting to see some situations like that happen.
Yeah. Especially with a lot of players recently favoring the mobility meta, because especially in the Rome and with the introduction of Kalia. Kalia is kind of OP right now, but every time Mutan introduces a new hero to the game, it's just you know what's gonna happen. It's just broken until the next update.
Oh dear, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about like Kalia, listen, I'm gonna have to be honest to everyone here. I haven't played ML for about a month, so I've been a bit busy. But listen, I've heard that this Kalia hero is pretty damn crazy, man. I think she goes on the XP lane and the roam. As Wayland has explained to me before the stream, she's playing mostly in the roam position, but her ult looks absolutely insane for the pick-off potential. It looks insane for the ganking potential as well, with that dash over the walls, flying up in the air and dropping it down. I'm expecting to see some crazy plays with it. I heard there's a lot of there's like a lot of potential for some flicker combos as well. Yeah. I'm also very excited to hear that the XP lane meta these days is not so stale as it was a few months ago as well. We are going to be seeing some more interesting sustained fighting heroes rather than just your traditional glue and high-lows XP lane who just soak damage.
Yeah. But it also depends on the play style of the teams that we will be featuring. I'm quite interested to take a look at what rotation patterns they're going to be going with, and also how much they know about each other, because as you know and I know, right, and I'm sure the viewers at home know, it's all about like having an understanding of what your opponents are up, like what they like to do, what's their comfort picks. You can introduce that into this banning system to make sure that you can get the optimum draft to benefit yourself, because most of the game is actually won and lost in the drafting phase.
Yeah, that's true. The draft is insanely important. You know, if it's a matter of whether you can play a certain matchup or not. And going into a best of 7, they're going to have, as we said before, we're going to learn a lot about how these players think. The meta can matter, but what I always like to say when I coach a team or something like that is, what I like to say, meta comfort is your biggest priority. Next up is meta, and then it's going to be your discomfort. Well, no, next up, okay, let me rephrase. It's going to be your meta comfort is most priority there. It's going to be comfort second, and then meta discomfort is third, because you don't want to play a hero if it's meta, but you're not comfortable on it. Rather go for something comfortable. So we might have a little bit of personality coming out within these players here. I see we're straight into the first match, by the way. It's going to be the first draft, Mr. Waylander. We already see a CC ban. I knew you were talking a lot about that hero and just about how, you know, these sustainability XP laners are so strong. So I'm not surprised to see that one. I am surprised to see the Badang, but as you told me already as well, this hero is pretty damn crazy.
Let's fight to our heart's content.
And Lucas as well. Lucas can be played in the jungle.
We're getting all the XP lane pads here pretty much, Mr. Way. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, it looks like they... because right now, because of the fast pace after the recent update, the speed of the game has increased incredibly. And so Moonton has put a lot of emphasis on trying to get the games done faster. So when you have these XP laners that are good at clearing the wave, and have a bit of crowd control, a bit of sustain, can dive into the backline, they're going to be making these quick rotations across. So no matter which side you're on, you just want to eliminate them from the equation. Badang, even though Badang recently received a pretty hard nerf, I would say, still strong enough to be a viable option in the XP lane.
Butterflies born by thy wish.
Yeah, indeed, Mr. Way. I'm going to have to ask you to keep talking here. I think my audio is just a little bit bugged. So if you wouldn't mind doing that for me, sir.
No problem. So it's as expected, like Kalia is just an absolute monster right now. It's best to get rid of that beast of a hero. Zushin, ever since Zushin's introduction, is arguably the best mage for CCing up and controlling that front line. You don't really want to be a roamer if you're going to be up against a Zushin. But with the Zushin being banned out, it leaves a potential first pick as Hylos. Hylos can be played XP, can be played in the roam position, though preferably in the roam position. But Hylos is a little bit of a, shall we say, flex pick. So usually our first pick is a flex pick. Joy being the final ban for Team Tunisia. Joy, so Sepulga, that's his favorite hero. When he's back on a mic, he'll be crying away. So if you hear crying sounds in the background, you need to know it was him. His favorite hero being eliminated. Joy is still quite strong. Though we still have a couple of strong jungles out there. Suyu is still in the mix to be picked up. But generally speaking, the first pick is usually a flex pick. What are KTG thinking? It's Neku with the first pick. And as we see Suyu being open, Suyu is being locked on. They don't want to leave such a powerful hero available for Tunisia to lock onto.
All right, I'm back. Excuse me for the thing. Okay. We have some interesting bans now. Unfortunately, my girl Joy is out, and one of my favorites. But we're going to see that Suyu you were talking about as well, Mr. Waylander. I don't know if you said anything about it already, but that is the most solid, safest pick in my opinion.
Yeah. Usually teams go for a flex pick in the beginning, but if Suyu is available, Suyu will be taken. Also, you can see that they are hovering around. It's usually Sicilian and Fasa in the mid lane. So I think we might be seeing a Fasa being picked up by KTG. And we knew that the Hylos was coming. The moment they banned out the Zushin, Hylos had to have been there.
Yes, indeed. We're going to see that Revitalize hasn't been touched throughout the patches as well. The healing paired with the Glorious Pathway with the Revitalize, it's just absolutely insane. I don't think there's any other healing source in the entire game other than like Florin, who heals that much, especially on the HP pool such as Hylos. It's all that percent healing on such a high HP target. It's impossible to cut him down if he plays this right. Okay, we are going to see the Matilda coming out here. I quite like that option to maybe try and get on top of the Sicilian, because Sicilian untouched is not going to work out well for the side of KTG.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult. Oh, Nico picking up the Eve, so they're going for a very nice combination. I do like the Matilda Suyu combo. It is quite deadly. Eve as well.
No.
I feel like she's been secretly now buffed.
Mr. Wei, I need to ask you, does the real world manipulation along with the guiding winds work? Or is that...
She got a CC immunity within that. I know. I was like trying to test it out. It doesn't. That would be.
I thought they were cooking something here, man. Yeah, no, okay. No. Unfortunately, that doesn't work.
That would be absolutely broken. Like like next level broken.
I know it does work with Odette, but I guess it's a bit different to a context such as the real world manipulation. Okay. We are going to see the Hildebrand coming out from Team Tunisia, GNG as their squad is called. But they are going to splash up that Hayabusa. Now, Hayabusa into the Eve sounds like a pretty damn good matchup for him. He's not going to be able to, or the Eve is not going to be able to easily get away from the Haya without burning Flicker or something. I do believe Flicker does disjoint the Ogi Shadow Kill, so that is a good way to get out of it, but it's not an easy committance. And Matilda, she's not appealing support, right? She's an aggressive diver. So Matilda's not going to be able to help her backline. So what we're looking for is something to help out our backline a little bit more for KTG, so that we can keep our mages alive, especially if they're going to pick a backline marksman as well.
Yeah. Though Hayabusa did receive a nerf in the last update, so his damage output in the early game is not as high as it used to be, because he used to be a prio pick. Now just been knocked down a little bit in terms of what he can do, but still fairly deadly, especially into like you can see, Eve is not the highest mobility mage in the system. The Moskov ban, I'm thinking they banned out the Moskov simply to prevent split pushing. Moskov is one of the best split pushers in the game.
Ooh, yeah, I like this ban a lot. I was thinking, like, you have your Eve. You don't, as I said, you don't want to really be picking backline marksman right now for the side of KTG because you have this aggressive support. So a hero like Harith would be perfect in the goal lane. But to offset that a bit, I don't know if you could maybe think of another sort of a gold laner that would be like to be so aggressive. I don't know if Ruby gold lane is still a thing. If it is, I wouldn't be such a hater of it. If not, maybe someone like a Brody who has a bit more of an early game timing, also can peel off the Hayabusa a bit by himself with that stun. So I think if Brody is a good hero at the moment, I'm down for it on the side of KTG.
Brody is very much back in the meta, as you can see. It looks like it's Suki.
I thought he was going to go for the steal. Sorry to interrupt, but okay.
Yeah. Because the two main marksmen left to be picked is the two that was being flashed on screen right now. It's the Brody and Iridel. Those are two extremely strong gold laners at this current juncture.
Well, I don't see Irithel working for the side of KTG, so I think it's going to be absolutely fine for the side of Team Tunisia, though, right? It's just high mobility is going to be able to help you get out of the real-world manipulation as well. If you get hit by the Circling Eagle by Nightfall here on this Matilda, you're going to be able to kite straight to your team with that high movement speed. You're going to be able to get nice and close to your high-lows to come and help you peel off the damage done. You can also walk into those gripping claws of the Sicilian, to offset any jump they might have. Is that a thing now? The Inspire Irithel, or is people giving up on Sprint?
I'm not sure about the Inspire. Right, Inspire is not a bad spell if you're going to be aggressive in the early game. Though I'm not too sure about using that in like the 5-man system. The Gato pick, that's actually quite a good pick from Yumi.
Yes.
They were.
That's the peel I was talking about, right? Yeah. That's the peel that's going to protect this Eve and the carry. You can play it. You can play it somewhat reserved, right? That's the idea. You don't want to be going in with an Avatar of Guardian onto the enemies. What you want to be doing is that when your backline gets gone on, you use the Avatar of Guardian to make sure that all the enemies just run away from that specific area. And that's going to help to give them all the space they need in order to stay alive from Nezuko and Neko over there. The carry is a pretty obvious self-explained pick right here. I really like it. You're against the high-lows, you're going to need that high percentage damage coming through in order to get through that front line that Team Tunisia are sort of building here.
Yeah. They're going for the Camilla Sicilian combo could possibly be, though I would be thinking that they might want to pick up something a little bit more tankier. But having a Camilla, right, it's just going to allow them to work quite nicely in the team fights once the Cursed Blood lands. But like, I'm not too sure, because if you think about it, right, Matilda is a bit of a counter to Camilla. If she stays outside of the Cursed Blood, she can just use the Guiding Winds to get everyone to separate.
Indeed. Okay, it looks like there was some swaps here. It's going to be that sprint, maybe baby. I guess this is Waylander. This is going to get to be the part where we learn about these players specifically here. We're going to have Nero on the jungle. Nightfall probably going to be the EXP lane here. No reference to any professional Dota player here at all. Nezuko is the gold laner here, coming in from KTG. Neko mid laner. Yumi is going to be the roamer here. So I'm excited to see what's happening here, how their draft is, how they work together. And obviously you guys can make the deductions here. You guys can see who's on which position here for the side of Team Tunisia. I am gonna say that this is definitely an EXP lane Hylos, and Yuki there on the Camilla is gonna be the roam. So that's sort of what I'm expecting.
Yeah, agreed. But what I'm quite interested to see is the early game rotation. Which side are both teams going to be? It looks like we're going for the opposite. They're rotating towards the opposite sides. So it's just going to be a little bit of early game trading in farm. Potential pressure on the gold lane for the side of KTG.
Indeed. Okay, yeah, opposite farming pattern sounds good. Blue buff start. I'm not sure about the blue buff start coming in from Suyo. I guess he definitely doesn't want to be on the side of the Hylos there. So yeah, it's going to be both junglers sort of pathing towards the... it's going to be Hayabusa going to the top lane, actually, excuse me. But we're already seeing quite an aggressive start coming in from the side of KTG onto the mid lane. Yuki taking about half his health right there. So pretty good start for KTG.
Yeah. So it's like it's the Eve already picking up that level 4, and you know how much pressure she can put in. Very nice play here from KTG. They're sticking around the mid lane. They're hoping for a potential dive. Suyu goes in.
Oh man, that was like real close. If the Suyo hit that stun, able to go with that second skill, that execute, that mini Balman ulti, that could have been the end of it for Mary right there. But already way more aggression coming in from KTG. They're really prioritizing this mid lane right now in order to just zone out the roamer and the mid laner here. That's going to give them a lot of space here, especially since, Eve, she's going to be able to rotate after clearing this wave nice and easy. They're not going to go a little bit onto Caesar here.
Yeah, beautiful camp there from Nero, making a super fast rotation using the skills of Suyu perfectly. Using that rotation, getting into position, wanted to contest for the small cap, because right now, as we know, it's a battle of who's going to get to level 5 first in order to get the retry advantage. First hurdle of the game coming up.
Although, I don't know, I mean, I've heard that they've nerfed the Suyo execute damage, but I mean, it's still an execute, like, it still does damage based on how much HP the enemies are missing, and I feel like Suyo still should have the advantage when it comes to a 50-50 retribution. Anyway, we are going to see Nightfall going in for a stun, but he gets cancelled by Suki. A beautiful play coming in from the Hylos there. Turtle at around 50% HP. Oh, there's the Suyo stunning up Caesar. He's almost down. Is it going to be first blood? Already the real initiation. It's going to be able to get the kill. Oh man, with the Hylos still holding that front line down. Avatar got in off the mark, unfortunately. Turtle still quite low. Nico, he's in a bit of trouble here. Pops the flicker, but still doesn't manage to make it out. Nightfall wants to get a bit of the action as well, but he's not going to be able... Oh, yeah, with the Revitalize, is going to be able to get out nice and safely. Turtle, are they actually going to finish it? Yuki still holding it here. Nightfall also wants a little bit of the action, but there's Caesar with the retribution. First Turtle is going to go to the side of Team Tunisia.
That was beautifully executed from the side of Tunisia. Irithel joining in at just the right moment in time, using that mobility of hers, having the sprint, committing the sprint, using the river speed as well. Because as we know, in the early game, Irithel is going to definitely have a faster wave here compared to a carry, getting involved in that big fight around the turn.
Oh man, I mean, listen. When we look at these sort of big games start, right, you usually see teams, they're just so nice and relaxed. They want to feel out the enemies, but no, these two are at each other's throats right now.
Yeah, a lot of aggression in the early game. Suyu going for a small jungle invade. It's going to be the Hayabusa. Gets the shadow kill off. A lot of damage. Curse Blood is in there. The Glorious Pathway as a follow-up carry is taking so much damage. Real world manipulation comes in from the but the Avatar of Guardian on my goodness.
Man, he is fighting his life out here. Even managed to get the Irithel. If he doesn't pay for this, then I don't know, man. But okay, he finally goes down. But that 4-man Avatar of Guardian really set the mark. He's like saying, Nightfall, I am here right now, guys. I'm in this game.
Yeah. That was... but that's the thing that we were speaking about in the drafting phase about Agato. It's the counter engage that makes him so OP. And the fact that, to be honest, that hero, he can just like solo kill a marksman, even a fed one.
Of course, all it takes is one blade armor, just and maybe a thunderbolt, and then that guy is gone. And a hero like Irithel is also not safe from that, right? She wants to be building a little bit of attack speed. And so that reflect damage is really going to start to hurt. Interesting enough, he's going to go for that Revitalize. I like that compared to the Vengeance that most people use on that Gato. So yeah, I'm really liking this. The double Revitalize meta is still in the game, I see. Yay.
Yeah. So both teams setting up for the second turtle of the game. Though Hayabusa does have the retry advantage at this moment in time, having picked up the level 8.
Oh, but here we go. We're looking for that Curse of Blood angle coming in from that Carmilla. Is it going to be able to come out? The real manipulation zoning a bunch. Glorious Pathway is doing a pretty good job. As you said, the Hayabusa does have that retribution advantage. Nightfall is the first one to fall, in fact. That was a complete stomp of a team fight coming in from Team Tunisia. Completely rolled KTG over here.
Yeah, the Curse Blood coming in absolutely clutch. Oh my goodness, the engagement onto the Eve. No Shadow Kill available, so Eve managed to flicker back to safety.
Oh man. Now this is looking like a start of a stomp right here. KTG, they're backed up a little bit here. Caesar even going to be able to get another blue buff out of it here. Oh, Nezuko in a bit of trouble. 3-man gang. Oh, but with the help. Oh, with the flicker coming in. Fairy screen off to get the kill though. Oh, is Mary gonna have to pay for it now? It pays off. Oh, but then here it comes. Yuki coming inside of Mary as well. Nothing sexual there, I promise. But
yeah.
I mean, these guys are making a lot of use out of this combo, this hidden interaction that Sicilian and the Carmilla have. Without that, I think they wouldn't have been able to pull off that tower dive successfully.
Yeah, that's true. That was I didn't expect the flicker play to come in. Quite aggressive from the Sicilian, though Yuki there on the Camilla responding double quick time. We've got the first turret of the game being taken down. That was around the 5-minute mark, and that's the mid lane turret. You don't really want to see that turret fall that early. It's going to open up the map for a lot of potential jungle invades. As we see the engagement here onto the Gato, it's going to be the shadow kill coming out, but
the invulnerability frame that the Avatar of Guardian provided there is going to cancel out that shadow kill. Another solar kill down on the bottom lane as well. Nezuko falls down. There are 3 right now on this carry. That's pretty insane for this moment in the game right now. I feel like the gold lead is definitely representing that. Almost a 4,000 gold lead to the side of Team Tunisia. This should be another free turtle for them. However, we do still have that major team fight that, coming in from KTG here. The Avatar of Guardian, that WRM. Whatever real manipulation is, that acronym. Here we go. Nero, oh, a nice save from the guiding winds. Gonna be enough. Caesar finishes off the kill with those shadow clones. Here we go. Matilda also gonna fall down with the circling eagle. It's not gonna be enough for her to escape. Look at the damage coming in from this Irithel. And the Sicilian, it's too much. They fall one by one.
Yeah, this is coming down to lack of initiation. Because if you're looking at the side of KTG, who would you consider their initiator? Even the Gato is generally a counter initiator.
Well, I don't think it's about the initiation, right? It's all about like how they can actually even start a team fight, because what's happening right now is that Team Tunisia, they have such a good pick-off lineup that they're just catching KTG before they can even get their big team fight spells off.
Well, you got to get into position a bit early. There's the jungle invade going out. The Cursed Blood lands onto 4. The Shadow Kill is in there. The Bat's Fist from the Sicilian throws off the Sacred Claws as well. The Revitalize once more, healing everybody up. Eve casts that real world manipulation. There's so much damage happening here. Nicely executed by the side of Tunisia, taking down 2 in enemy territory.
Oh man, yeah. Once, I mean, we're talking about KCG's team fight, and sure, they definitely do have more team fight than Team Tunisia, except for that one spell, that Curse of Blood. Once that lands on a few people, you know the fight is over. Here we go, big damage coming out from KW. Oh, here we go. That's going to be a little bit of an advantage here. Yuki going down first. He's going to be able to convert into anything. I don't think so, but it's a start.
Yeah. So if you could just get the bulls up, I want to quickly check if Matilda, what she's cooking. She's going for, where's Matilda? She's got that flask of Oasis online. So yeah, if she throws in potentially an Oracle, but it doesn't look like she's building towards the Oracle. But if you go flask of Oasis Oracle, the shield that she's going to be providing could provide that sustainability that KTG needs. In order to increase the length of the team fight and then negate the effects of the Cursed Blood.
Well, I'm not sure that Oracle, I don't know if they changed it or whatever, but Oracle only increases the shield that you receive, right? So I'm not entirely sure that the Oracle is going to be too useful on the Matilda here. But she does have the flask. Going in for the Enchanted Talisman here, I quite like it. Sort of does the same thing as you were saying though, right? Having more cooldown reduction is going to mean that the shields come out way faster, way more often as well. So I'm liking the item choices coming in here. I don't think you can really stray out of this item build. Sort of locked into it.
Yeah. At this moment in time, most definitely. They might need to be picking up a little bit more anti-heals, I would say. Maybe one coming through from the carry eventually to deal with the Revitalize spell. But I think this is going to be an uncontested. It is an uncontested Lord.
Yeah, uncontested Lord here. The carry's items, I mean, sure, the anti-heal helps, but she has the golden staff now, right? So with this golden staff, she's definitely going to be able to, straight down this Hylos a lot faster than he thinks he can survive. So this could be a good opportunity, a good enough power spike for things to start. However, I mean, look, it is Hylos 2 levels above you. It's still not an easy job.
Yeah, that is true. He's a tanky boy. Hylos has the highest HP in the game. Lord's going to be making his way through, nicely controlled, though I do see Sicilian clearing out the mid wave. So this means that we won't expect to see the waves sync up all that well, but I don't think they're going for the sync. They just want to go in for the kills. It looks like there's a big brawl happening here.
Okay, here we go. We're looking at a Curse of Blood angle maybe coming in. The Shiro Ogi kill is going to be the first one to do a little bit of choke. Oh, here it comes, Curse of Blood out. Only on to 2 people, though. We're looking at a disengage coming in from KTG Esports. However, the towers, they're going to start being exposed now, especially on the top and the bottom lanes. Are they going to be able to defend this? I have to see right now. Oh, there's that knockback you were talking about.
Yeah, the shield's going to do a ton of damage. Though the shields were only going to last for another 30 seconds. At the 12 minutes mark, there's going to be no more shields available to either team.
Indeed. Okay, we're looking at another sort of stalemate between these two teams. There's the 12 minutes. So the 12 minutes Lord in another 90 seconds will appear. I don't know how much they changed that 12-minute Lord. But Al, you're seeing a pause right now.
Yeah, so basically the Lords from now till the 18-minute are somewhat similar. It just increases in HP and damage as each Lord spawns up. As anybody who read the patch note knows, the Lords will be spawning more frequently. And now with Team Tunisia having the map control, they'll be definitely looking to try and secure the next Lord and potentially end the game. Though, Seppi, the 12-minute Lord is not as devastating as it was with the previous 12-minute Lord.
Yeah, no, I'm sure I've heard that now that like the Lord charges the towers quicker, I'm sure they've had to nerf the previous, the following Lord timings, right? So your 12 minutes, your 18 minutes. I'm a bit worried about the 18-minute one not being so strong, if you might say.
That one is a monster now. It's legitimately a monster.
Okay, so that sounds good to me, because the problem I had in some games is that the 18-minute Lord just didn't feel impactful enough. So once you get it, you worked your butts off to get that Lord, to secure with that retinue, maybe it was a steal or something. And then the payoff is just a slightly stronger Lord. It never felt worth it. So I'm glad to hear that the game is a little bit more, there's a bigger payoff for that 18 one.
Yeah, the 18-minute Lord it's just an absolute beast. It is a must. Yet, if you're the side of KTG right now, what are we thinking? Just battle of attrition, stretch the game out.
Yeah, you definitely do want to be stretching the game out here. The carry can carry a game, right? Sure, it's against Irithal. Their late game on the side of Team Tunisia is also quite scary, but you can never underestimate a carry. This hero can take it back, can run it back to the bare basics. She can shred targets in 0.1 seconds. It doesn't matter if you're a Layla or a Hylos, right? She has that percent damage to do the job. However, it is still a Hayabusa. I feel like Hayabusa does a better job in the late game compared to the Suyo as well. So if we look at it, sure, on paper, the late game is going to be going towards Team Tunisia. But there is that factor of that team fight potential. If they can get that 5v5 going, especially if they have the jump on the side of KTG, I'm quite certain that it's going to go into the favor of them.
Yeah, that's true. Because we will be seeing probably Carrie start picking up that Wind of Nature. Has she bought it already? Let's just get to check quickly on that item before this particular fight. We do have another 3 seconds.
No. She hasn't even finished her Trinity at 13 minutes yet. I did not know Carrie was so far behind here. That's very unfortunate for the side of KTG. And we are going to see a Nightfall. Going to have to use the Avatar of Guardian to get the hell out of there. That's one team fight spell down, unfortunately. Maybe Baby also doing tons of damage. It's going to be Nero falling down first.
Yeah, Sicilian coming online. Mary there using that Sanguine Claws just to catch that Suyu at the right time, dishing out the damage as they manage to secure the jungle. No retry, easy lord.
Nah, that's the easiest Lord they've ever had in their entire lives, for sure. That was beautifully set up as well. They made sure to, use a little bit of spells on Nightfall, get him to use his team fight spell so that they can't contest it, and then afterwards bait out going on to Nico or whatever. But their real target they wanted, it was Nero. They wanted that Suyo so that Lord was not even a contest.
Yeah. So, C Halbert being picked up by Caesar on the Hayabusa, sensing that the heals coming through is going to be a little bit of a problem. They are going to try to sync the waves up, as you can see right now. Lord pushing slowly, making a march down the top lane. The bot lane is moving in. There is going to be no more shields available. Tunisia going for the 4-1 split here to try and put a bit of pressure. Crack open that base. Waves nicely synced up.
Oh, very, very nicely synced up here. That is called textbook Mobile Legends right there. Oh, yeah, there it is, the shadow kill. Is it going to be able to get Nico? Yes, it is. Beautiful kill coming in from Caesar here. The Lord, as you said, I can see that reduced tower on that charge, that reduced damage on that charge, but it still takes the tower down. Is this going to be the ending angle? There's a Curse of Blood going to be able to land on the 2. But Nezuko not able to save anyone with the guarding wins. Unfortunately, Nero as well in the brunt of it. He's going to get shut down by that Sicilian. I think this is the end of the game. The base is wide open. They could even tower dive right now if they wanted to. Caesar, he wants a bit of that action, but he's not going to make it. It is going to be the end of game 1. It's going to be Team Tunisia taking the win.
Yeah, Iridale picking up a monster kill in that particular engagement, as we see MLBB with the 718 10.9.
Fully slotted at 15 minutes. That is a fed Irithal.
Yeah, and as we know, right, Irithal, a bit of a late game hero. Even with the recent changes, still a little bit of a late game hero, but having those items up at the 15-minute mark, or actually just slightly before. Though that C Halbert pick from Caesar, quite on point. Gave him just the right amount of damage to get the pick off.
You were right, though, by the way. They were still building the Oracle. I guess it's just for herself, right? So I guess that's the sort of the right way to play her, is that she gets that additional survivability. It sort of acts a bit like a tank item as well, because it makes you a bit tankier. But yeah, I mean, I feel like that was definitely a big showcase of what Team Tunisia can do. I think if you look at like the teams in general, you want to be running the team fight. You want to be running high CC and reliable ways to win the game. But Team Tunisia, they passed that. They know how to run a pickoff draft well. They have this high booster. They made beautiful use out of it. They knew how to prioritize targets. Like, for example, that Suyo in that last Lord fight, he was gone. They had no chance after he was dead.
It was very, very nicely played by Team Tunisia. You could see how they took advantage of their power spikes. If you notice the way they played, their style of play along with their itemization, The moment Hayabusa, for instance, picked up that Sea Halberd, he knows immediately he can get that pick-off kill because the revitalizers are not going to be coming through. He's going to negate quite a bit of the healing, jumps straight into the mix, gets the pick-off, sets up for a team, and then after that, once the base was cracked open, it was just all hands on deck, lock onto that base and just end the game.
Yeah, the Sea Halberd also worked wonders against that Eve in that last kill as well. You know, he had the shadow connected to the Eve. He went in, he started using his ulti. Eve, she's obviously going to click the real world manipulation, right? But that Sea Halberd cuts that shield straight in half. Yeah. Able to get that kill nice and clean. You know, if that real world manipulation was better placed and in a more compacted team fight, they would have had a lot of trouble getting through that to that base.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But the real world manipulation ultimate it's a game changer when used properly. But it came down to as I was saying, like if you look at the drafting from KTG, the Matilda pick, it's a good pick. Like I do like the Matilda Suyu combo, though the Matilda Alpha combo in my mind is a little bit better. I'm a huge fan of that. But it means that your XP laner has to be a tanky XP laner, which Kato is, but he's a counter initiator. You need to have somebody who's going to be a little bit more in the front line. So maybe picking up a Terizla or something could have helped there in these certain situations. But as you said earlier, the movement from Tunisia using their pick-off style play, they just set it up quite nicely. I was quite impressed with the play from Camilla, being so patient with that Cursed Blood. I mean, you see a lot of times in the game, people in the midst of these high intensity moments when the team fight is going on, just throw out a skill there, not get that Cursed Blood landed onto too many people. But Camilla showing the patience necessary. But I suppose having the the Sicilian alongside gave her a bit of that courage, so you could always escape and jump inside.
Yes, of course. That's how it works. Yeah. All right, Mr. Wei and the audience, thank you. We're going to have a little bit of a short break. Back for game 2 in just a jiffy. Please stay on the stream. We hope to see you just in a bit. All right, Mr. Way, how are you feeling? We're back here. How is everyone else feeling in the audience? We are back with game number 2 between KTG and Team Tunisia. It is going to be KTG first pick this time. No, wait, what do I mean this time? Wait, is something wrong? Oh, yeah, okay, there it is, guys. We're going back to tournament lobby. Looks like there was a mix-up. I knew something looks a little bit weird there.
Yeah. We expected them to swap over.
But otherwise, what are you thinking? It's going to be game 2. I'm so excited myself. I think KTG definitely, now that they know about the matchups a bit better, they might draft a little bit differently. Hopefully take a win in game 2.
Yeah. A lot of that came down to not just execution, but the drafting phase. I would say Team Tunisia did win that drafting phase, picking up the heroes that they did. They had a lot of initiation, counter initiation, that you've got Hylos who can just basically soak up any amount of pressure there in the front line. They also realized that the longer the game went on, carry was going to be a problem, so shut down the carry early. But yeah, we've got the team swapping out. It's going to be the first ban. GNG Caesar with the first ban. You thinking any respect bans coming out, or are you expecting to be the usual meta bans?
No, I think, well, coming in from Tunisia, they know what they're doing, right? They want to keep staying with the meta bans. They don't really care about these like one-trick combos that KTG might be able to pull out, because they know what's strong. They're going to play what's good against things that are also strong. So they're just going to run it the way they were taught to and ban the same things, is my prediction, at least.
Taking their time here, going down to the wire in terms of the banning phase, getting the Zushin out of the way. So that means, again, potentially there could be a Hylos being picked up.
True. The Hylos did wonders, right? Even against the carry, he was not scared. He had that dominant eyes to reduce that attack speed, to make sure that he did not die to that true damage from those speedy light wheels. So if you're picking Hylos and you're not even scared of a carry, you know what you're doing. You drafted properly, is what I'm saying.
Agreed. It's just Zushin that you really have to be on the lookout for. Maybe potentially a Lunox as well, though Lunox in the mid lanes, not the most common pick. You really do want to have a mage that's got some range. CC, as the ban coming out from KTG, CC on the XP lane, an absolute monster right now. Definitely a hero you want to get rid of.
What makes her strong, you think? Just because she has a very strong lane. I know she has an extremely strong lane. She counters all of these tanky, unkillable guys. But other than that, what would you say he's going for?
Well, the truth of the matter is we're dealing with a lot with this sort of fighter meta. You see some fighters being picked up on the roam. You see fighters on the XP lane. You pick up fighters in the jungle, like your Julians and Alphas. So when you got CC around, like a fighter's not going to just burst her down like instantaneously. So she's going to have that ability to just dance around and sustain and deal with things. That's what I'd be thinking.
I want to see my favorite hero, and people keep banning Joy. Oh no, there's no joy in my life anymore.
Joy is just too strong right now.
I'm acting like they're doing the wrong thing here. No, okay, yeah, I can understand. I am personally the person that probably knows the most that how much Joy is scary. Yeah, just an absolutely insane assassin, can go in and out in a matter of just on will, right? So you can go in and out whenever you want to and deal millions and millions of damage. So okay, here we go. Here's gonna be the respect ban coming in from KTG. They're gonna be able to take out that Hylos, which proved so incredibly strong for the side of Team Tunisia. So without the way, they're going to change up the drafts. I like what sort of cards KTG are playing here. They're saying, we saw what worked for you last game. We're going to change the matchup a bit so that we can test you on another different level, right? To set us up better for the best of 5 coming later.
Yeah. And Hylos is a little bit of a flex pick. And as we saw earlier, or we discussed earlier, the moment Zushin was banned out, you knew Hylos was going to be on the cards. So quite clever from KTG there. A bit of a chess match in the drafting phase. Move and counter move.
Ooh. Did they respect the Matilda that much? Is this out of respect, or is this purely out of disrespect? Maybe they know that Yumi over there, she's like, oh, I don't play any other heroes. I just play Matilda, So like, No, I think it's coming from a place of respect. Maybe they were having a little bit of problems dealing with the Matilda last game. Maybe not from a like an entire gameplay standpoint, or maybe they just thought it was annoying. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Or possibly they're saying to themselves, right, let's get rid of the Matilda. So it makes it less likely that KTG will pick up the Alpha, and then G&G can go for maybe a bit of a more tanky lineup, knowing that Alpha with his true damage is out of the way. At least one of the true damage dealers.
Yeah, here we go. Here's a respect ban for you right here. It's going to be the Hayabusa taken out. I quite like it. Caesar, very, very scary. Hayabusa from what we saw last game, perfectly played against that Eve right there in that last team fight with some Sakai's level precision. So I'm not surprised to see that ban coming through. However, that does leave a few things in. What do you think's still left in here?
Suyu is still available in terms of the jungle picks. There is the Julian as well. But looks like they're going to go for the Badang. Badang, we were saying this in the last game, Badang it has been nerfed, but is still quite strong. Nero might be lucky onto the Martyrs in response. Can use that second skill to immune a lot of the CC coming through. So
yes.
Interesting.
Martyrs? Wait, why are we looking at this here? I feel like this here hasn't been a part of the meta for at least a year at some point here.
Well, still not part of the meta, right? Though I'm thinking they if they lock onto it, right, there's still some time. But if Nero locks onto the Martyrs, it's just to escape any amount of CC, and they'll be looking to put a lot of early game pressure because, as we know, Martyrs has a strong early game, but then it drops off.
I mean, okay. Well, I was about to say there's absolutely no way they pick the Martyrs, right? Because that it locks you down to a very specific play style. As you said, it locks you down to some early raids and stuff. But here we go. I was expecting that Suyo to come out, but it's gonna be Layla's Papa coming right here. It's gonna be Nolan. Similar to Martyrs, arguably, right? So you do want to still be quite aggressive early with this Nolan pick. However, it's a bit more reliable in the way it approaches it. It's still that classic assassin pick that's going to be able to get through and try and dodge out what the Badang is going to throw at him.
Yeah. So as we can see, the Fasa and Sicilian are your two meta picks for the mid lane, and maybe lock in onto the Julian. Even though he's been, I wouldn't say nerfed, Julian had a role change. So he was switched from mage fighter to assassin fighter. So a Wind Talker is now a must. But the real issue with Julian was when they made the nerf to the Rose Gold Meteor. It was such a staple item for him. It still is, though.
Yeah. Do you know what I've just noticed right now? Is that I've noticed that the heroes being picked by Team Tunisia right now are not like filled in the roles here. And do you know what that means? That means that it is their coach that is drafting for them right now. He's just picking the heroes for them. And you'll see once the picking phase is over, they're going to switch to their respective heroes. So I don't believe... Okay, but I mean, Nightfall and Sicilian, so I think both teams, I could argue, have coaches right now. So that's quite an interesting fact here.
Yeah. So very much like the pro scene. Yumi there with the final pick for KTG, locking onto the Belleric. So this makes the MM choice for the side of G&G a little bit iffy.
Belleric is that literally, as you said right there, it limits the MM pool significantly. You all of a sudden cannot go for any high attack speed targets like your Melissas or your Mias, even Beatrix to some degree, right? You cannot go for these heroes anymore just because there is a Belleric in the game. Yeah. So I'm really liking this pick here.
Out of ban them.
However, it opens up a Harris, bro. Yeah, like that's what it's also saying. So maybe they're preparing to go against something like that. I guess that's what it is. As you said, I was expecting a Harris ban, but the Moskov came out first.
Yeah. So Moskov still reasonably, I wouldn't say like meta right now. He was in M6, one of the highest picked heroes. He's got towards the late game, insane team fight potential, and the split push ability. I mean, it opens up strategies with that Spear of Destruction. He can be on one side of the map, the team fight can be happening somewhere else, and he can get into the back line.
Exactly. That's what makes those sort of heroes so strong, right? Is the global presence of such heroes. When a team picks Angela, they tell her, Angela, go split push that lane as hard as you can, and then join the team fight later. Just shows how insane being able to split push and joining a team fight is. We're looking at the Hildebrand as well. I guess they're a little bit scared of maybe getting raided a little bit here. Although I guess what I'm thinking is this hero is kind of it's Hilda, right? She's gonna build the Thunderbolt. She's gonna get into your jungle. There's not much you can do about it on any hero, really.
Yeah. That's true.
Ooh, missed out on the ban coming in from KTG.
And this means Harith is open.
Yes, you're right. Harith being open is a bit scary for KTG. Just because Sicilian, when he gets hit by that Zavin Force, he's going to be throwing his skills left, right, and center, but he's going to have a lot of trouble actually hitting the mark. And the fact that Harith is going to be up and nice and close to him. So this Harith pick's looking deadly.
Yeah, I mean, we were calling it from the Belleric pick, but the must ban, could that prove to be fatal?
Oh, what?
I thought they were going to pick it up. Well, I suppose they're thinking that.
Yeah, they have the pick first. Yeah, they have that pick first, right? So it didn't matter that much. That was maybe they were setting up a Harith pick, right? That's probably what they were doing.
That is true. That is true. Having the Irithel in the mix there, you've got the Belleric on your side. So you've got a counter initiator in Belleric. I'm thinking KTG, there's still the Lucas is still available. Kalia is still available. I'd be looking at trying to get maybe the Kalia going.
Oh yeah, why have we not seen any Kalias? I just thought about that now. I was getting ready to see some. I saw from the tournament rules that for some reason, if anyone actually knows the reason why Sylvana and Chip are not are banned in this tournament, please let me know. I don't know why that happened. Anyway, we are looking at a Phobius and a carry. Are they going to lock it in?
Yeah. So
right.
I think they're picking up the Phobius, putting the Badang on the roam, and they picked up the Phobius knowing that there's a bit of Nezuko here could have picked up the Phobius. Phobius is a hard counter to Badang on the XP lane. So if they went for a roamer right now, having the Phobius open, Badang would have been having a tough time there on the XP lane.
Yeah, oh man, look at this 4-man flicker on the side of Team Tunisia here. They definitely look at their draft, man. They are all pick off again. There's barely any team fight in here besides the Badang, but the rest is completely pick off. Even then, the Badang excels in the pick off compared to team fighting, right? So let's see if they can pull off a draft like this again. Who's going to be the pick?
Angela.
Is this what is happening with this draft? Is this an EXP lane Belleric?
Yes,
I think it is. Wow, I've never seen a draft like this before. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah. So this the Angela pick it's either going to be a hit or a miss. I'm not sure about. I think she's going to be switching to Revitalize, possibly.
No. This is Nightfall. Nightfall is their EXP laner. This is going to be an EXP lane. Belleric. Wow, this is interesting. I would really like to see this one pay off for the side of KTG, because I think what they're definitely going for is they're going to go for the Angela with the Irithel most of the time, because Irithel benefits so much from movement speed. The Angela is going to be able to supplement that and make sure that it's a hyper carry situation, right? That's what they're trying to do. However, for the side of Team Tunisia here, their team, as we said, it's all about that pick off. So, I mean, if you think about it, I feel like Team Tunisia have a better chance here, just because they counter what this hyper carry sort of draft is trying to do.
Yeah, they have a very balanced draft. They've got early game potential. They've got the late game potential as well with the carry, and especially if they can get her online, their draft is extremely balanced right now. I was thinking that Yumi was gonna go for a little bit more tankier pick there, but looks like they want to go for the Angela. But let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's kind of I feel like Angela, when picked in pro games, is never picked as a roamer. I feel like she's always picked as a mid lane, right? So interesting to see it coming out straight on the roam here. A bit dodgy in the fact that she can't face check bushes properly, and that's very important when it comes to these pro games. Sure, she can use her skill to use the to scout bushes, but even there, it's still very dangerous.
Yeah. So we're just watching the battle of the mid lane here. Julian going for that red buff, blue buff combination.
Oh.
You have a bit of a pause here. I think there might be some lag issues, which is what caused the delay the first time around. But in this early game part, I mean, both jungles are rotating to the same side of the map. They both want to put a bit of pressure here onto the XP lane. The XP lane, I think, is just going to be a battle of just attrition. You got a Beleric up against a Phoveus. There's no real clear winner in that matchup.
Well, I feel like Phoveus, if there was to be a kill, it would be the Phoveus getting the Beleric, because Phoveus does have that percent damage on his ulti, I believe, is what is the percent damage is coming from. So I feel like if they were to fight to the death, which is not going to happen, you're completely right. They are not going to be looking for any fights. But if they were to, it would be the Phoveus coming out on top.
Yeah, agreed. But when it comes down to the team fight, I am favoring Team Tunisia here. They've got the Fasa with the feathered airstrike, and with that crazy range she can deal with. You've got Badang, that first crack, and the ability. Oh, there's a fracture coming out. Pick off kill. First blood, Nolan.
Picture perfect combo coming in from Nero here with that Nolan combo. Fracture, such a good early game tool when it comes to early game like pickoffs, especially on the target like the Badang, who doesn't have any defense just currently. Able to just pick him off with extreme ease. It's still level 4 to level 4 when it comes to the jungle here. Oh, there's a fracture again, but this target's a bit harder to kill. Bit of a harder, like a tougher target to chew on. But okay, here we go. Nero does not have the fractures to help him secure the turtle retry. Nero, actually a little bit of danger here. Who's the retry going to go? He's still going to get it. Feathered airstrike going to come out. Caesar running for his life. Going to get taken out by Nico here. KTG, they're on the front row when it comes to winning this team fight. There's the fracture once again. Beautifully played by Team KTG.
That Wrath of Dryads from the Beleric, beautifully timed there. It just changed the course of that engagement. You had that online, and the heals coming through from the Angela. I mean, we were a bit skeptical about the Angela pick, but here in the early game, proving quite useful. And still doesn't have that ultimate available.
You know what's funny about this is I feel like I think the reason that they actually won that fight is because they had full HP. Compared to last game, they were getting harassed. The mid laner had no HP, the Roma had no HP. But even if they get harassed now with the Sicilian, they have an Angela to make sure that they have full HP going into the team fight and making sure they have an even chance to go at it 50-50. And when it comes to the 50-50, KTG they just played it so much better. They set themselves up so nicely for it. Level 7, by the way, on Nero already.
Yeah, that's a quite quick level 7 at the 3.5 minute mark. Looks like Caesar could walk into trap.
He's in trouble. Oh, is he going to be able to use that dash with their vulnerability? Player's not enough. Neko is going to be able to get the kill. That's a catastrophic loss for Caesar. Once again, 0-2.
Nice camp there in the mid lane. They predicted that movement. They knew he was going to make that rotation across. Timed it so nicely. Look at the positioning here from the Angela. Want to engage onto the Badang, but he has that ability to second skill back to safety.
By the way, that's a 3 minutes 55 second blade of Heptases for Nero. This man is extremely fed at this current moment. He can pretty much one-shot everyone that's not Phoveus, I think.
Yeah. And because he's got this crazy jungle clear speed. One of the fastest. I think maybe the second fastest. Potentially could be the second fastest. Don't quote me on that. Behind of the obvious fastest, which would be Hanzo.
Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. We've got a whole bunch of items coming out on the side of KTG here. They finish up Thunderbolt. They finish up the glowing wand. Also very careful. Oh, here's a team fight real quick though. Yumi actually gets taken down real quick. Not even... oh, wait. She did have a level 4. Unable to use that ulti. But here comes Nezuko with that item spike I was talking about. The Heart's Claws. It's reaping down the enemies here. Oh, man. This is beautifully played by the side of Kitsune Gaming. They're using the item spikes effectively.
Yeah, there's a knock-up onto 2. Angela just hanging around there. Does cast the hard cut. There's the Wrath of Dryads. This Nolan is fed. Make a kill.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we were talking about the Angela using the Heart Guard on Nezuko here on the Aerithel, but I mean, listen, if your Nolan is 4-0 and 2, I mean, listen here, man. I'm going to be ulting that Nolan.
That's true. That is true. Right now, the rotation's coming through from the side of KTG, putting them in a very strong position. They've got about a 2.5k gold lead. However, they carry almost with those light wheels taking down the first turret of the game.
Yeah, that was a good attempt here. That tower is essentially dead. They could try and defend it, but I feel like they won't here because the turtle's spawning up in about 30 seconds. Oh, look at the top here. A little bit of a skirmish between the Nolan and the Phoveus. Okay. I mean, as I said, right, the Nolan unable to kill the Phoveus, right, in a 1v1. Needs to be very careful. Phoveus traditionally counters those high mobility dash heroes, so I'm not surprised to see that interaction. I feel like that's the way that Team Tunisia come back into the game, right? As if they force a situation like how Phoveus can traditionally counter these types of heroes.
Yeah, I'm loving the split from KTG. They're using a very much MPL style of play where you get your once you get beyond the 5-minute mark, you allow the jungler to start clearing wave in the XP lane, and your roamer sticks around the marksman just to make sure the marksman gets to safety.
Oh, look at that damage coming in from Neko. Oh my god. Half health on Mary right now, pretty much from one spell. Pretty insane damage coming out from the Sicilian right now. Hectic stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Sicilian, and as we know, Sicilian scales into the late game like an absolute beast.
Absolute beast. Oh my god. Don't even get me started on that, man. The mana scaling, it's incredible. Really, that... Here we go. We got 2 people in the bush here coming with the Yumi and Nezuko. Yumi doesn't really want to be holding that front line. She does have the hard card available here. I think what they're trying to do on the side of KTG is they really want this bottom tower that MLBB is defending, because once that tower's gone, the Lord is a bit easier to take down. They still have about 60 seconds to get it done. But at the moment, there's not a huge objective that either of the teams want. If you look at the gold lead, it's about 3,000. So... you know, I feel like Team Tunisia, they know what they're doing. They've been behind before. They just need to play it nice and safe. Make sure no one gets taken out. Maybe on Zura Des right now, he is the hard win condition for Team Tunisia right now. So keep the carry safe and play for the next Lord with the bottom tower still alive.
Agreed. But look at the rotations here from KTG. They're not allowing Team Tunisia to cut back on that gold lead. They're just extending it more and more, allowing Nolan to farm. I mean, if you look at it, right, using that strat that we were talking about, how long his blue buff has been available. He's just clearing his jungle, Julian's jungle, XP lane. And then just before the objective, as he knows, he can come across, take his farm, and get into position. It's going to be time for the Lord. It's just beyond the 8-minute Lord. It's going to be a 4-5 man around here. As both teams vie for dominance in the mid lane. They want to get the wave control.
Oh, a close one. Almost taking out the carry with the fracture combo there. That would have been devastating for Team Tunisia if Nero was able to get that kill. Luckily, maybe has enough speed to dodge that one. Yeah, I mean, the fact that the tower's still alive means that this fight could go either way. Suki taking a lot of damage here, but has to pop the flicker to get out of there nice and safely.
Oh, Sanguine Claws.
Hectic.
Yeah, nicely executed in the mid lane by KTG, as they're now in pole position to secure this lot. This is definitely going to be uncontested, as we see the Julian and Badang just on the top lane there, pushing that top lane tower. They want to try and achieve something. there, but there is at the same time there is a mid lane battle that's going on for this mid lane tower. There's a feathered airstrike. Oh my goodness, this is the play that they were looking for, Team Tunisia. The front line coming through from the Phoveus. He initiated the timing there, was beautifully done. Meanwhile, Julian up against the Nolan. There's the shutdown. That's the power of a Julian. Julian has that insane basic attack potential.
Man, what a change of pace here. It was completely in the side of KTG at the beginning of this match, but all of a sudden, two bad team fights, one bad pickoff, two bad pickoffs. They're still 4 kills behind, but they feel like they're in the lead now. I mean, oh my god, look at that set coming in from the Badang. That is a wet dream level set coming in from this guy, Yuki, or from this woman, excuse me.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. Oh, enhanced second skill into the background. Caesar with the basic attacks. This is what Team Tunisia were looking for. They needed to get those combos together. It was always going to change once we head towards this mid to late game stage. Once the Phoveus is no longer going to be worrying about lane clear and starts rotating with the Badang, he's going to initiate the fights, going to allow for things like that. As you were saying, Rika, just the perfect moment to land that first crack combination into the feathered airstrike. It is brutal.
I didn't even know that you could do that. What was the angle? What was the mathematical angle that Yuki decided to activate that flicker from? It was that was crazy. Never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, it's well, flicker is a powerful spell on the Badang. Though it used to be before this previous update, he was like even more broken with the flicker because there was like a greater range on his second skill, that dash, and so now they nerfed it like by quite a bit.
Right, I see. Exactly. Oh, big power spike for Nezuko here. Great Dragon Spear has been picked up. This item's very powerful because it obviously increases your damage, but that movement speed, it's not only about the damage increase, it's about dodging spells that are necessary to keep you alive, right? You need to be dodging the feathered airstrikes. You cannot be caught by that Badang with that fist crack combo. So I'm liking the odds for KTG to at least have a little bit of more of a say in this match going forward, but it's still, again, it just feels like Team Tunisia are still rolling this again.
Yeah, look at the gold lead. It swung completely. It was 4K to the favor of KTG, and then all of a sudden now it's actually looking at about almost a 3K gold lead in the favor of Team Tunisia, GNG. And this with the 12-minute Lord being up now.
Oh, yeah. As you said, 12 minutes, that's going to be... Oh, man. It's like... I feel like if KTG can get this one, then they can switch their game, but it's looking absolutely impossible here. Look at Nero. Even with the Heart God activated, he's going to have a little bit of a hard time staying alive in this situation. Nightfall, he's going to be the first one to fall down, but look at those sanguine claws onto 4 people. Still not even enough to take down anyone. Very unfortunate coming out from KTG, as this is going to be a load going to the side of Team Tunisia.
Yeah. That was a lot of damage from the Sicilian. I think right now Sicilian Iratel are going to prove to be the win conditions. They're going to have to let the Nolan sort of free farm, wait for the potential pickup. He needs to go in only when that feathered airstrike is activated. He's going to have to be quite patient, because if he can get the Farsa, this whole combination falls apart.
I like this angle though. I feel like he might be able to catch the Caesar off guard here. It's going to be hard though. If he can pair with one stun, it could be the end here. Here we go. We're going to try and do the fracture onto the carry. He's going to go 1-for-1 though. You saw how fast the Nero fell afterwards. He knew what he was doing there. Oh, here he comes. Big damage coming in from the Sicilian here. Nico is going to have that Heart God back up here. That's going to be the faster taken down. Mary is not in the game for this next fight here. Are they going to be able to convert it into anything else? I do not think so. Unfortunately, Nightfall still fishing around, but that's not too bad for the side of KTG, I'd say.
Yeah, that pick off onto the carry. I mean, getting the marksman out of the way when the waves are pushing in, it was worth the price. Like, I know Nolan died, but in my opinion, it was worth it. It just allowed for this.
Yeah, sorry, it's just funny to me that like he knew what he was doing, right? He knew he was gonna fall after that kill. But it was the shutdown on baby, right? That was her first death. That was a huge amount of net worth he just generated from that trade.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game for traders. This is what it's all about. Mobile Legends. You gotta get your trades right. You gotta know when something's worth it. Even if you're gonna die, you're gonna get the gold advantage to your side because, as Sappy just said here, it was a shutdown kill. That's huge.
Oh, BOD finished for Nero here. Oh, I'm looking at some even more spicier trades coming in from Nero. Expect to see more beautiful stuff coming from here, from them there. However, I must highlight that Caesar has been playing so exceptionally well for having such a bad start. It's honestly blowing my mind away here.
Yeah, that is true. Nicely played, as we can see once more. There's Mary into the front line there with the Fasa. They tried to set up something, maybe get somebody a little bit poked, but it's, as you see, the teams, they are going to retreat now. It's time for some discipline. This game's a lot more balanced than the previous matchup. It is, the discipline had to come in. It's just 10 seconds to the next lot.
I feel like once Nezuko gets their like 4th item or 5th item, that's when we're going to start seeing the heart guards going on to the Irithel, right? At the moment, it is still important that Nero stays alive here. Yuki almost getting taken down by the fracture combo, but still manages to stay alive. Caesar as well, taking a bunch of damage, getting harassed away from that Lord. Who's going to get the retry? It's going to be Caesar who gets the retry there. There's the Rapid Ride. Unfortunately, not able to do too much. Defender airstrike takes him down, but Mary's going to have to pay for staying too close to the sun. That's going to be a pretty much an even trade, except for the fact that the Lord did go to Team Tunisia, so they're happy with that. But look at the waves. They're going to be able to play a little bit aggressively here. Caesar going to be able to get out with the help of that enhanced sword. Oh, but look at that aggressive flicker coming in from Baby, but that shield from the Heart God, it wasn't enough.
Oh my goodness. Beautiful engagement there from the carry, shutting down that Irithel, and the Lord making his way up the bot lane. Nolan in with a fracture once more, almost taking a kill, but forcing the recall. But good play there from the Nolan, I will say that. It's going to give the team a chance to defend.
Excuse me, did you see that size of that shield? And still, maybe Baby had enough damage to take down Nezuko. That was absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Carry now picking up the rose gold. Media wants to be a little bit more aggressive. It's time now. It's gone to the 17-minute mark. The next Lord that's going to be available is going to be that beast that we were speaking about earlier, the 18-minute Lord.
Oh.
So it's time for some sustainability for the marksmen.
Indeed. We are looking at a pretty dire situation for KTG. Even though the score is completely equal, it is definitely Team Tunisia in the lead here. Ready for some action. Nero, he's going to try and get out. The Heart God came out, but it was not enough. Oh, but he did have the immortality. Excuse me. Was that a quick item switch?
Yeah, it looks like it. Fast fingers there. But look at this wave at the top. It's so close to taking down this turret. Oh, they just managed to save it in time. That is just like maybe 2 hits away.
Oh, man. If that was an item switch, dude, I am more than impressed. That is some Kyrie level stuff right there. If we have a look, yeah, he must have. He had the immortality there. Is that yeah, he's gonna go for the Winter Truncheon now. Winter Crown, excuse me, it's called now. Which I like quite a lot.
Or maybe even the Blood Wings as well, for a little bit more sustain in the fights. I wouldn't really want to go for that, but it's a potential.
No, that's definitely a Winter Crown, right? there's no way it goes for Blood Wings right now. We'll get the Lord in about 30 seconds. Yeah, as you said, it's that beast level 18 Lord. Oh, here's a Wind of Nature coming in from the Nezuko there. I'm liking the rods here. Wind of Nature's still very useful, even against the carry, because she still has a lot of physical damage. I would say the damage ratio is about like 50-50 between physical and pure. So as long as she doesn't get bursted like that, I think she's going to be fine.
And with the Heart Guard available, could potentially be the game-changing moment that KTG need. Right now, the cards are in favor of Team Tunisia, GNG, because they have the map control. Oh, the engagement! They take down Nolan. What a camp there from the Fasa.
Oh, I stepped into the wrong neighborhood. That's going to be the easiest Lord they've ever taken. My Lord.
Now just watch this beast when it spawns.
Okay.
This is just
Okay.
this lord's not right. Oh my goodness.
Wait,
just,
so I mean, I guess what you're saying is, yeah, the game, they wanted games to end shorter. I'm ready to see what the reason is right now.
yeah. Well, this lord is so tanky, right? It's always
Oh my
best
god,
to be.
it's got a different icon. What the?
Yeah.
There he is. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. This lord, I mean, it's so tanky, right? You don't even need to have your lanes like fully synced up. You can just follow the lord into the base. It's just...
Oh, that's pretty hilarious, actually. Oh my.
But it's best to be disciplined. Because
Yes, no. Every little thing matters. Although they're not syncing, so I guess they were listening to you. They did not sync that whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, look at this lord. It's just, oh my goodness.
Okay, goodbye to that tower, I'm pretty sure. Unless they
Yeah.
can Nah, there's no way they have enough damage to take him out. Yeah. Oh, look at the damage coming in from Nico. Pretty decent amount. Suki's kind of low at this current moment. Faded airstrike taking. Oh, Nezuko taking 2 hits. That's more than she can even take. Gonna have to run back to the base here. Lord still holding up in that front line. Still tanky, just as you said. The Hawkeye is still available though. I think that's a pretty solid defense coming in from KTG here. They should be just fine.
Yeah.
That was well played by them.
Yeah. Discipline showing through at this moment in time. But with a tier 3 turret gone down in the favor of G&G, this means now that it's going to prove ever so slightly more difficult, because like every time there's going to be an objective, like the next lord's going to be even worse than this one. So the moment the objective is available, you're going to see them try to get the slow push going on the side with no turret. It's going to force somebody to recall.
Nightfall. I mean, listen, you're face checking against the carry, man. What were we expecting, bro? Like, oh, but Caesar face checking. That's what...
You gotta respect the Sicilian. This is late game. We're heading into the 22-minute mark.
Dude, I was just making fun of Nightfall for face checking, and not even 2 seconds afterwards, Caesar also face checks, and oh my god.
And all of this with the Lord, the next Lord.
Oh.
And I'm sure this is gonna head towards the 22-minute mark, right? We are just 3 seconds away.
I mean, listen, we traded for a jungler for an XP lane here. I feel like KTG, they want to make a move pretty soon. Here comes the Sanguine Claws. Unfortunately, it's Yuki. Real tanky with the help of that Athena shield to make sure that the Sanguine Claws combo do not completely nullify his ability to stay in this fight. 7 seconds until Caesar here. There it is. Oh, a nice Winter Crown coming in from Yuki there. It's going to be able to... Oh, Yumi not able to live through that. It's going to be that immortality caught by Mary, but Nero is going to be able to finish the job off. Yuki pretty much 2v2 with the help of Maybe Baby, but both teams are playing it exceptionally safe here.
That was nicely timed there by Nero on the Nolan. Went straight in for the Fasa, managing to get one of those annoyances out of the way, but this is going to be a real battle here. There's the Nolan, the Fracture comes out, Bat's Feast from the Sicilian, throwing out the Sanguine Claws, doesn't manage to get onto anybody, but the zoning should be away here. Belleric, he's going into the mix, wants to stand frontline. Caesar trying to find the angle, getting scouted out by the Belleric. But I don't think
there's no way. There's no way he gets through this front. The Belleric, I mean, he's just gonna click that Rapid Dryad, and it's just gonna be as simple as that. Nero, by the way, getting that kill onto Suki, somehow having enough damage for that, and didn't even have blue buff that whole time.
Yeah, agreed. And the thing is, Nolan is still very blue buff dependent. We don't say very, but like reasonably blue buff dependent. The Lord being allowed to push freely, and look at this, 23.5 minutes, top lane tier 1 turret about to fall.
What? I actually didn't even notice that. That's crazy, actually. Okay, there we go. 50% HP coming in from the Lord here, but oh my god, look at the Rapid Dryad. I think it's Suki. It's not even respawned yet. Neko is going to be the one to get the Heart Guard, but Mary gets caught by the Sanguine Claws from the Sicilian. Sicilian. You can see this late game timing. It's starting to really show right now. Nightfall not able to hold the front line too successfully because of the help of that carry. The speed light wheel doing a lot of true damage. Nero is going to try and take down Suki once again, but he has that blade mail this time. But Yuki's going to be the next victim to the Sanguine Force. 2 Winner Nature's coming out. Maybe is he going to get taken out by the Angela? Not really. It's going to be a bit more difficult than that. In fact, Baby's going to take down Yumi. The base, it's going to be wide open. Are they going to be able to take it down in time? There we go. 1 down, 2 down. Baby, not going to be able to defend it. Jeez.
What a game. What a game. This was a seesaw of a match. An absolute seesaw. Back and front. Well played. KTG taking it at the end.
Man, what a game that was. I mean, KTG, they had that early game Caesar. They nullified Caesar's game for the first 7 minutes of the game. But then GNG or Team Tunisia, they were able to bring it back. You know, maybe Baby had a game to play with. But in the end, the Sicilian timing was way too strong for them to deal with. That was all the Sicilian in that late game.
Yeah. As we know, everybody knows Sicilian is such a late game monster. I mean, the moment they made the buff, which was, I think, a couple of seasons back, to his Sanguine Claws, reduced the timing where, when it shuts down. Oh my goodness, it just became an absolute beast. Though, to be fair, I have seen a couple people play Sicilian with the Revitalize build. There's a strange little build going on where you can throw in Revitalize. I'm not sure if you'd like to do that without having no flicker, but that Revitalize gives him the ability to snowball in the early game. But again, it's a 50-50 kind of thing, whether you want to go for that or just stick to the traditional flicker.
I think it's something to do with the ulti. It heals you every time one of those things hit. So I think when you pair it with the ulti and the revitalize, it amplifies that heal by a percentage. So I think that's what that sort of strategy is about. But yeah, if you're being honest, you don't want to play tanky bruiser Sicilian. You want to be doing those one shots in the late game like that, we were watching just there as well. But anyway, guys, we are going to take another very, very short break. Please stay tuned in. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Alrighty, welcome back. We are yet again back in the next game between KTG and Team Tunisia. I'm expecting the game to restart over again because we're in the same positions of draft again. But wait. Oh, am I wrong, Mr. Waylander? Are we in the right places?
Yeah. It's been switched over. KTG was first pick in the last game. So far, if you're thinking about it, if you're keeping count, it's been the team, the red team, the second pick that's won both matches so far. And this is the do or die moment. It's game three, all to play for.
Well, if we're going by history here, it should be Team Tunisia's game, right? Because they got the red corner. Not that it makes literally any difference in the game, by the way. It does. There's like a slight difference in it, but nothing too hectic. I think it's something to do with where the turtle spawns, or is that just the EXP lane, no?
Yeah, it's always the EXP lane first. The map is identical.
No. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. The map's identical on both sides. It's just the only thing that really changes here is the drafting.
Right. Yeah, that's what matters. Oh, yeah, true. How could I forget? That's what matters a lot with red or blue, right? It's all about the draft here. I think KTG, I feel like the first pick is still quite strong, but so far it looks like the last pick has been stronger if we're going by what's happened, right? Red team has last pick when it comes to it. Okay, we're gonna get similar bans here. The Hayabusa coming out here, a respect ban from KTG, Caesar. You know, now that I see Hayabusa, I'm gonna think like, who's the good Hayabusa players? I'm gonna think Caesar now, dude, from that game one performance.
Yeah, agreed. Caesar is gonna be. I'd be thinking about prior banning Caesar, but again, you need to know what the hero pools are like. Caesar doing such even to that last game, from a bad early start, managing to pull things back, and at least the mid to late game went very much in the favor of G&G. But KTG in the end clutching it out in excellent fashion.
But you know what I'm expecting right now to see? It's gonna be either a banned Sicilian or a first pick Sicilian here. If they do, if KTG doesn't do that, they're trolling, bruh. Like, what the hell?
100% agree with you on that.
Well, let's see if they do it or not. We still need to look around to something else. But maybe the game's not that simple. It's hard to say, but from a spectator's point of view, that's exactly what pretty much everyone's thinking at this point. Anyway, Nightfall gonna be banning out to here, or it's the coach, excuse me, banning out our next hero here. There's quite a lot of XP laners to get rid of still, I'd say. Are they allowed to pick Kalia, or are they just opting not to because they're not comfortable with her?
Possibly. She's still relatively new. It's only been released a couple of weeks ago. So, especially in a very, very high intense do or die situation, if you're, and as you said earlier, if it's not your comfort pick, it's not going to be one of your prior picks then.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to check out the Lui. That's pretty interesting. Obviously still was probably the best mage of the patch, like, 2 patches ago? Wonder how she's holding up right now. What can you tell me about it?
Well, Lui, with that diversion play, especially if you're quite clever about it, it's a game-changing ultimate. It's one of the ultimates that will, as long as it exists in Mobile Legends, is absolutely broken. And you pair it with like heroes like Chip, although Chip has been removed entirely from the equation. It's not allowed to be picked in this particular tournament. Can be devastating. If you think about it, diversion plays with the Chip, you're going to be able to move across the map at such a rapid pace.
All right, we're now looking at there it is, Mr. Way. There's the Sicilian out of the question here. No more Mr. Scary Bat Vampire Man.
Yeah. Just way too strong. Though Fasa is still open, if you think about it, and that mage is no slouch at this moment in time.
True, that Fasa was doing pretty insane work that last fight there, that last match. Mary not able to stay alive from the dive from the Nolan though, so had a bit of trouble with that. Eve, not so successful as we've seen here, but still probably a great pick.
Going for a very, very early game with a Hilda pick as well, Suki.
Yeah.
Eve, the real world manipulation is still a very, very powerful ultimate to have, but the Hilda, very early game advantage here to the side of Tunisia right now.
Oh yeah. I'm the hill. I mean, listen, you're not picking an assassin jungle comfortably right now if you're on the side of KTG. You got to be very wary of this hill. They're coming into your jungle and making your life a living hell. Oh, I really like this Erythel pickup right now because we have that classic situation where the real world manipulation is down on the floor. You need a hero that can run out of it as soon as possible. So I'm really liking this Erythel pick. They're faster as well. I'm also liking, you got this another classic situation where it's this real world manipulation versus the feathered airstrike. And I feel like the feathered airstrike wins this in most cases just because the damage output's a bit high and less focused on CC.
Yeah. And also with the buff to the Fasa in the bird form, her rotation speed is absolutely nuts right now. But if I'm looking at the side of KTG, the alpha is still available. I'd be really looking at picking up an alpha really soon. So it'll be nice to be drafting into that. Like the alpha Matilda combination could prove to be something special with the lineup that they have so far.
Is alpha picked much in pro scene? I know it's very popular in South Africa, at least.
It is. It's one of the top tier jungles at the moment.
Okay, all right. We're gonna have Mr. Tail Beast Boy here. We got Caesar, or maybe this is the XP lane, right? But I mean, I don't know here. I think it's. Have we seen Lucas jungle at all, or is this definitely in an EXP lane?
Should be AXP, should be, right? Though you can play him in the jungle, though he loses a lot of the his abilities. I mean, he's a frontliner. He just goes in, he can deal so much damage and sustain through so much, has the mobility. So you need him to kind of frontline, and it's wasted on a jungle because in a team fight, a jungle is not really going to be going there in the frontline. Unless it's a tank jungle, of course.
Oh, all right. Nero getting the respect ban this time. You saw how deadly Nero was with the Nolan. So, yeah, taking that away from him, or from them, excuse me, is quite a good idea. We still... Listen, I haven't seen a Ling in a hot minute. Is that still a viable option, or we're not looking at the Ling fannies for this sort of match coming forward?
Well, it depends now on how much of CC that they're going to be going for. Though, speaking of CC is still available, and that will be quite... Oh, she's not. Oh, okay, see first ban. All right. I'm seeing things now, or not seeing things rather. I thought she was still available. That would have been a nice pickup to have, but anyway. Being banned out nice and early. So it depends, like the Ling and Fanny can still work, but it depends on how much is CC or even hard lockdown, like the suppression that's going to be available. So you might want to last pick it, but KTG won't have that ability to, last pick.
Yeah, true. That's very true. Oh, the Gatot coming out here. So that's, Gatot and Belleric, I would argue, are like the same hero when it comes to them theoretically. Obviously, Gatot is a hero that can maneuver himself a lot better than what Belleric does, but they sort of fit the same mold here, where you're locking down a specific hero pool so that you can, by banning it, you're opening up that hero pool to yourselves. So we're looking at more of a traditional marksman coming out from Team Tunisia, I would argue, like your Melissas, or like maybe a Mia. Okay, not Mia. I don't think we've ever seen Mia in a professional game, but you know what sort of archetype of marksman I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So how are KTG going to respond to that? Are they going to maybe, oh yeah, there it is, right? They're going to ban out what would work for them, and that comes in the form of the Moscow.
Yeah, Moscow. But that does leave the Harroth still open. Harroth is quite a monster right now, though. Erythel counters the Harroth to a certain degree, so I think with the Erythel pick being picked up so early, they're not too scared of if a Harroth gets picked up here. It looks like Yuki wants to go in for a little bit more CC. They're deciding, showing the Edith. Haven't seen Edith in a while.
I mean, this would probably be a Rome Edith, right? With the flicker, you're looking at the Hilda going to EXP lane would be the right option in my opinion. Okay, here we go. I mean, there was respect banned last game, I believe. So
yeah,
I think it's definitely worth picking up here with the help of the Hilda as well. You're gonna look at a very extremely aggressive draft, right? You got two melee bruisers in the form of the Lucas and the Hilda. So the Matilda pairs very, very nicely with that. And just as I was talking about the Ling,
Yeah.
Mr. Nero or Mrs. Nero gonna be showing us up here.
Yeah. So if they do pick up the Ling, it came down to the fact that there isn't really any hard CC right now. But Julian, Suyu still available, so they're looking at that. The Ling, they might want to keep around. I would like to go for the Ling. I mean, Ling is one of my favorite heroes to play for the backline dive potential.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Julian could do last game. Even if it was in the hand of Caesar, still obviously such a strong hero, can change things around. You saw how well Caesar was doing, even far behind in the early game, being 0-2 in the first like 3 minutes was pretty rough. Still had a major impact in the game. Ixia. Ooh, I really like to see Ixia coming out in these sort of games, just because the team fight ability coming from a marksman is such a rare thing in Mobile Legends. So I'm always excited to see an Ixia coming through. I'm not sure there's too much to set it up. In fact, I believe you can use the guiding winds with the full barrage. Am I wrong?
You're right. You can use it with the full barrage. You can. And it combines very nicely with the real world manipulation. So if you land the real world manipulation first and then throw the full barrage on top of that, it gives you the little bit of lockdown that you need. But it's not really the lockdown that an Ixia requires. Like Ixia is, you want to pair it with like a Tigreal, an Atlas, that kind of heroes with that hard AOE CC.
I mean, in my old squad, I used to do, this is the meme combo. It's the real world manipulation full barrage combo, right? It can work. I think it actually can work. What sort of happens is that the root, the immobilization coming in from the real world manipulation pairs really well as a setup for Ixia's second skill during the full barrage. So it actually works quite well. It's just up to Yuki and Suki on the Hilda and Matilda to sort of set it up properly for them in terms of the positioning, at least. But yeah, well, I think we're going into game number 3 here of the upper bracket finals. It's going to be the last game here. What are you thinking, Mr. Waylander? How are we feeling into this? Whose draft is going to take this game?
Well, it's the Julian Khalid pick that's making me swing my thoughts in a favor of KTG. The Khalid, as you can see, right, they're using a very interesting strat, right? They know that there's not going to be any early game engagements here in the jungle because of the update, and Khalid just sticking around and is going to use that high pressure, high mobility to try and engage at the Ixia. As Ixia walks in,
they're going to go for a cheese.
Yeah. Force the flicker out.
Unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, did they force a flicker? Okay, well the cheese worked then. Yeah, that was beautifully played coming in from the Khalid, as you said. I mean, you're calling it interesting. I'm calling it a success.
Yeah. And once he gets to that level 2 power spike, it's going to be such an annoyance to deal with right now.
Indeed. I feel like Ixia, I mean, the Kali being up there makes sense, but Ixia is going to bully out this Irithel, I'm pretty sure. No matter how strong I think Irithel is, it's going to be, well, Irithel is this meta. There's not many heroes that can lane against an Ixia safely when it comes to it. Although Yuumi, once again, looking to pressure up this hero. Nero is also in the vicinity, but I think he's just trying to get a gold crab here.
Yeah. They might be planning this tower dive. Irithel trying to get as much gold as possible. Khalid on the hunt, engages. Second skill comes out. There's the enhanced third skill from the Julian, just not landing though.
My lord, they really want to kill MLBB, but look, that map awareness is so insane. Living that 3-man gank. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. And well, this is all in time for the next turtle to be up. Khalid on that sand cloud of his, getting back to safety.
Indeed. Okay, first turtle of the game. And have to see how this pans out for KTG. I feel like they have a bit of a better time approaching a turtle situation. However, Yuki is able to assist with that sort of situation with the guiding wind, etc. Yuumi and Nero, it's all up to these two right now. Nico is level 4 though, so we can expect to see the feathered airstrike coming through. There it is, Suki, unable to help out too much, but it is going to be Lucas getting the kill here. Real world manipulation after Mark, but it is going to be GNG Team Tunisia who take the advantage in the situation. By the way, I'm surprised to see that the Lucas was actually the jungler for this game.
Yeah, myself as well. I am surprised that it was the Lucas. But that all came down to XP lane rotation. If you notice, the Hilda came in at just the right moment in time, leaving Hylos still clearing his wave. It all came down to that one moment in time. I mean, if you're an XP laner, when it comes to these objectives, it's once you get level 4, your lane's not so important. You need to actually get into the mix. Having the Hylos there would have made a huge difference to the outcome of that team fight.
Yeah, I'm surprised they actually had such a hard time with that. I mean, obviously, yeah, as you said, the Hylos being there would have made things a lot easier, but the feathered airstrike was up. And I feel like if Neko had like a little bit of a better positioning, that could have gone a bit better, especially since Mary was very vulnerable using that real world manipulation, standing in that pretty dangerous position.
Yeah. It's the reason why you, as a jungler, you don't really want to start the turtle. You really want somebody else to start it, to pull it towards your side. It's usually the roamer pulls it, and then you can just stick around and maintain it. It's why we call it the turtle fight, or the turtle dance.
Turtle dance, yeah, that's the one. By the way, it's my first time seeing this new Julian skin here. So it's pretty cool. I'm not sure I like the sound effects. They're a little distracting, if I'm being honest. Okay, anyway, we are going to see the fight starting here. Here comes the Sandstorm, Raging Sandstorm off the mark with the Ixie using the full barrage. Nice flicker. There's the combo with the 2 team fight spells, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to see a few flickers coming out from the side of KTG, but there's a glorious pathway going straight in. They're going to be able to take down Caesar. Nightfall also zoning them away. Maybe baby. And Mary unable to capitalize on this huge team fight spell. And Caesar's going to be the one paying the price.
Yeah, nice engagement there from Nero with the knockup, the enhanced third skill, as they're putting a lot of pressure here on this mid lane turret. There's the Circling Eagle coming out.
Oh my lord. that was a bit of a crazy play from Nero, not gonna lie. But
But sometimes, I'll say this right, as somebody who loves to play Julian, when you're trying to do the fast-fingered combo with the second skill, occasionally you press it and it takes you forward if you don't actually move your hand back.
Is that what happened, actually? I didn't notice.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Well, I mean, Nero needs to catch up a little bit, try and get to this turtle here. It is going to be Caesar holding the front line here with Suki. Are they going to be able to secure this the second time? Ready? Sandstorm onto the perfect target. Caesar's controlled up. Nico is actually going to be the one to get the turtle right there. Didn't expect that to happen. There's that tail beast bomb. I don't know what it's actually called. Landing on a few members here, doing huge amounts of damage. But it's going to be a nothing for nothing trade, except for the fact that Nico did secure that turtle. Very well played.
Yeah, that was excellently done. And that was with no feathered airstrike, because it was baited out a little bit earlier.
Indeed, indeed. All right, we are looking at a situation where it's still quite even. This is the sort of game I expected to see in game 1, right? Where both teams are playing it very, very reserved. Except they left it for game number 3, right? They know what each other are doing. They're just waiting for who is going to make the mistake first.
Agreed. Oh, there's the engagement. Feathered airstrike comes out. Can Lucas escape? He just manages to Hilda being stopped there by Julian, by Nero on the Julian. It's Unleash the Beast.
Yeah, oh my lord. I mean, Caesar, obviously very aware of what Lucas can do. Obviously has studied the hero a little bit. Must have played enough games to know what's happening. I mean, I guess at this point, he's not exactly a new hero, is he?
Yeah, that's true. We do have like a couple more heroes into the mix since he has been released. And first turret of the game has gone the way of KTG. There's the engagement onto the airtail. It's going to be that sprint keeping it alive, even with the Circling Eagle. But with all of that, they managed to secure the top lane turret. But look at the Hylos seizing the opportunity, knowing that nobody's going to be able to rotate towards him. Almost taking the mid lane turret down. Just a couple of hits left. Julian, meanwhile, has just taken down a tier 2 turret at the 6.5 minute mark.
That was extremely sneaky from Nero. I mean, that was more than worth it. They get a bunch of damage onto the mid lane tower. You all know how important that tower is to take down. And then even then, taking a tier 2 tower, that's absolutely insane. I mean, that's going to set them up perfectly for the turtle here. Feathered Airstrike already doing a great... Oh, what a prediction on the Feathered Airstrike. It's not going to be enough, though. Mary does get out with the help of the flicker. But here we go. Nero going to be able to easily get that turtle.
Yeah, objective secured. They're going in. They're going to lock onto this mid lane turret, taking it down. ATG switching gears here. And from the previous games where they didn't have the best of early starts, well, the second game they did have a good early start. But, oh, the flicker comes through from MLBB, managing to reposition as Mary has healed up and is now back into the mix. Though Lucas and Hilda, they are split pushing in the bot lane. But I think it's just going to be a turret for turret exchange.
Indeed. Did you see that prediction on that Feathered Airstrike? The Nico used the airstrike behind the Farsa. I mean, not in the Farsa, on the Eve, and Mary flickered right into that location.
Could this be a possible overextension here? Are they going to go in for this?
It might be.
It's so close. Oh, they managed to
one.
get...
Oh, it's just Suki, right? We're popping the sprint. She's out of there.
Oh, Hyla's coming in with a nice stun, but yeah, you're right. She's just gonna.
No, she even got the guiding wins as well. Now she's out of there. If it was the other person, if it was Caesar getting caught there, that might have been a different story.
Yeah. So Caesar, I think we may have given her a bit of given her a bit of a commentator's curse. Now looking at 0, 1, and 1. Usually Caesar is dominating proceedings.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you get focus banned a bit. You got to start picking something you're not so comfortable with, and it does show in these sort of games. I'm not saying that Caesar is uncomfortable with Lucas. It's just it's not what you're used to. It's not what you've been playing for the last 3 games, and it throws your strategy a bit of a curveball, right, when it comes to these sort of games.
Yeah. We'll blame it on the focus ban. It wasn't us. We did not lay any curse onto anybody. Don't blame us here.
All right, Lord spawning in about 4 seconds here. We are going to see that... is there any level gap? Yeah, okay, there's going to be Nero with 1 level advantage here. But if you look at Tunisia Esports... Oh, no, it's not. It's Team Tunisia, excuse me. They're not even going to contest this. What is Faster doing?
She's going...
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
oh, my gosh. She's giving me a heart attack there.
Yeah. She wanted to try to protect that tier 2 turret, but in my opinion, that's a worthy trade. You take the Lord, you lose a tier 2 turret, and then you're going to use the Lord to actually achieve a couple of tier 2 turrets. If you manage the waves nicely, you should be able to take down 2.
So Waylander, you're telling me that the Lord, before 12 minutes, still charges towers, is what you're telling me?
Yes. You'll see it now. Though, because of this early charge up, they significantly reduce the amount of damage it does on a charge.
What is it? So it's 50% normally, but what is it, like 10% or 20%?
30%.
Oh, 30%? Oh my God, Feathered Airstrike! It's down, easiest kill on Mary I've ever seen.
Yes. What is this, Nico? Nico is playing faster like an assassin. Sandstorm into the back.
Yumi. Yeah, Yumi goes in, gets that sandstorm onto a few people. That's just going to be used to secure that tower right there. They're still taking it nice and easy because they know that Lord is just about to hit that bottom tower. So they're going to be able to rotate top, taking more advantage out of this Lord. Let's see this charge of this. Okay. I see. It's not that much damage, but it's still some damage, right?
Yeah, look at this. Managing to take down a tier 3 turret. Feathered Airstrike being used to zone away. There's a real world manipulation.
It comes out. It's going to be doing lots of damage with the full barrage. There goes down the Hylos. The flicker as well, aggressively trying to get down Nico. Not going to be enough damage to take her out, but they've taken too much damage already. That's exactly what KTG wanted. They wanted to break down that base defense.
Yeah, worthy trade-off. I mean, you lost 1. You did lose your XP laner, but that's okay. Losing the XP laner, taking down 2 tier 3 turrets before the 12-minute mark. That's putting KTG in pole position to clutch this out.
Indeed. It's actually so surprising that we've gotten 11 minutes into the game. Look at the scoreboard right now, 2-3 only. But look at that gold lead as well. Only 2 kills on the side of KTG, but it's about a 4,000 gold lead here.
Yeah, that's the classic. kills don't win games. Objectives wins games.
Mhm.
So the game's
Indeed,
not over
okay.
until the fat lady sings. So
Indeed, indeed. Well, let's look at a quick look at the items here. We are going to see Hylos finishing off the dominance ice, double dominance ice, in fact. Khalid also doing that. Pretty standard stuff, I guess. Matilda also pretty simple when it comes to it. But the interesting item that I'm looking at here is Malefic Gun on the Ixia here. Now that makes a little bit of sense, does it not?
yes. That extra range, a little bit of crit damage that goes with it. You can see she hasn't built the golden staff. She's got like part of the Holy Trinity, but not the golden staff. Because I mean, you're gonna get the crit damage from Malefic Gun. Why would you wanna nerf that?
Oh my god, look at that Lord. It is gone. That is going to be your 12-minute Lord. I assume that Lord still goes to the weakest lane, so it will not be charging mid, am I right?
Yes. It's either gonna be top or bot. Though I'm quite interested to see which one it chooses. Because I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's based on your weakest lane. Like, for example, top lane for the blue side is weak, right? So they're going to throw the Lord that side? Maybe it's that logic? Not sure.
Maybe. Yeah. Because like this is one thing that it has always confused me a little bit. It's like when you've got two lanes where the tier 3 turrets have been taken down, what's the equation that they're using to decide on which way the Lord's gonna go? The lanes synced.
Look at the damage coming in from Nero, doing lots of damage to Yuki. Luckily, the guiding wins. Along with that, Flasco of the Oasis is doing a lot. There's no more real-world manipulation to work with. It's just a full barrage. That's the last of their team fight. There's the glorious pathway. But look at the damage coming from the full barrage. It's doing quite a lot with the help of the flicker. It's not going to be enough, though. They've already lost Lucas. Here comes the Lord down, trying to hit down the base, but it's wide open. It's all it takes is a few more basic attacks. It is going to be KTG taking the win in this best of 3 in the upper bracket.
That's a Cinderella story. I mean, from the first game, right, the way Team Tunisia played in that first matchup, you would have thought this would have been done and dusted on their side. They had such a strong early game. They were just playing like on absolute fire. And then, like the Cinderella story, sweep from the back. KTG taking this 2-1.
Look at the kills this game. We got a 13 minutes, 33 seconds. The score is 3-3. That's a lot of threes.
Yeah, well, giving me hope for the African scene.
Yes, indeed. Beautifully played by KTG. The game 2, definitely the highlight of this series. We had, as you said, a seesaw between the two teams, going back and forth, coming in with that Sicilian. That's what I was talking about right at the beginning as well of this series, was once the teams are playing against each other, they're going to find their meta. The meta this time, it was all Sicilian in the end.
Yeah, that is true. So these two teams, I think they will be facing each other in the upper bracket final as well, the grand final as well.
Indeed.
So they got to find out quite a lot about each other in this particular run through.
Yeah, it's going to set them up for the next round. You know, it's going to be a best of 5. It's going to be a bit more grueling. We're going to see a lot more coming out of these teams, I expect. So yeah, I'm excited to see what happens. Any predictions, Way? Who are your favorites after seeing the team's personalities developing a little bit?
I'm not going to lie. I am loving KTG at this moment. This sweep from the back was just, I do love a Cinderella story. I mean, when they went in, especially after that first game, they were looking a little bit like the underdogs, but stepping up, switching gears, and just showing what they're worth. Bringing the second game, as you said, one of the more exciting matches that we have been casting, fairly even, and then all of a sudden just wham bam, thank you ma'am in the third game.
Indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned while we take a bit of a break before the grand finals. It's going to be a pretty intense one, so make sure you tune right back in, and we'll see you when that time comes. Welcome back, everybody, to the Africa Carry First Cup for the Women's Invitational. I'm Sapolga, once again joined by Waylander Gaming over here. We are going into the grand finals for this tournament. Mr. Way, how are you feeling about KTG versus Team Tunisia?
We just watched them play just not too long ago. This was an extremely exciting matchup. KTG clutching it out in the end 2-1, but we can't rule out Team Tunisia. They had some awesome plays. That second game, as we saw, was one of the most intense matchups we've witnessed in a while. So as we get into this grand final, anything could happen right now. The games went back and front quite a bit, so it's going to be one of those matches where you're going to be pretty much on the edge of your seat throughout the duration of this particular grand final.
Yeah, look, I'm expecting to have these teams way more prepared. I'm going to expect to see some very, very textbook MLBB, because they know what they're doing. They're ready to do the right things at the right times and know about the right matchups going into this, right? Like, let's start off with, for example, we know that the Sicilian is probably the winning hero in these drafts here. So I'm expecting to see that either banned or picked, probably banned.
Yeah, probably banned. As we've got a G&G Mary with the first ban for Team Tunisia. Possibly gonna, I wonder, you think the Joy is gonna be the first ban? It has been featuring.
Please. Please, can we actually? Oh my lord! What? It's like they know I'm casting this game or something, man. It wasn't even second ban; it's first. Yeah. Anyway, no Joy in our lives today. But I think it would be a bit weird if Team Tunisia banned the Sicilian here. It's up to KTG to ban it. At this point, it has proven itself to be worth it to first phase. I don't know what even counters that here at this point. So, yeah, I'm expecting KTG to just ban it by default.
Yeah, you need to have a lot of backline dive to try to deal with the Sicilian. And especially if you throw in like a tanky-ish roam and a tanky XP laner, it's like almost impossible to get to the Sicilian all the time. Yeah.
Well, indeed. Yeah, I'm looking at a few the banners here. Another common one was the Zushin. I feel like it's up to KTG to ban that as well, because I feel like Team Tunisia could easily sneak that into the draft for themselves. So, yeah, it's hard to say. It's very hard to say. I feel like the other majors in the pool, coming back to ML, like looking at it now, I feel like the other majors have been somewhat inferior. Like the Faster did okay, but the Eve has not felt that great.
Yeah. Right now, in terms of what's the most common picks, it is the Sicilian is like number one with a bullet. Even though he received a little bit of a nerf, it's not enough to make a big difference to the Sicilian. Fasa is back in the meta after a while of being away. Louis has been used quite effectively as well, and Eve to a certain degree, but Eve, it depends on the composition. You've got to have the right team for it, and Eve is like if she can get you enough people trapped in that real world manipulation, it can prove to be deadly.
Indeed. There's that classic Hayabusa ban right against Caesar. I feel like Caesar definitely has had a chat with her team about what she needs to do going forward here, because obviously after game one, she's not getting the Hayabusa back. We need a new hero to rely on, and Lucas did prove himself to not be one of those heroes. So, listen, I'm excited to see what they're going to cook up for Caesar these next few games. It feels like Nero's hero pool is a bit more diverse, and that's what I feel like KTG have going for them right now.
Yeah. Gotta have a large hero pool. I'm surprised we haven't seen the alpha picks come out just yet. And also, teams have been shying away from picking up the Suyu, except in the first game. But then Suyu not having the nicest of times.
There's quite a lot open here. We've got the Zushin open. Maybe that's the mage that breaks through the mold. But Sicilian not being banned either is what's happening here. So I think this draft is going to be pretty damn spicy.
Yeah. You've got your Sicilian Zushin, as you said. Farsa is still available, as well as Eve Louis, just from the mid laners. You've got your Gatto still open. Badang is there. Fovius as well. Suyu is there as a pick. Alpha Julian.
The Nolan from Nero, right? I know
Yeah.
Nolan might not be the meta pick, but Nero on the Nolan's pretty damn terrifying. But anyway, Mary, Bloody Mary. There it is.
Yeah. We spoke about it. It was gonna come out. Sicilian just too strong to leave open.
Indeed, man. Scary Vampire Batman, he, as we explained, is just the damage output on the scaling is just absolutely ridiculous. He has control as well with the Sanguine Claws. He's hard to kill because of his ulti. It heals him so much. It's just the perfect hero in this sort of situation.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what KDG have in terms of an answer for this. They're going to lock in the Badang. I feel like Nolan even is not even a terrible shout because Sicilian doesn't have any dashes to name any. So we'll see.
Yeah. Though I would be like personally, if I was looking at a pick on the mid lane, I would be trying to get for the Farsa pick, just to outrange the Sicilian.
Ooh, looking at a Wan pick right now. That's gonna be fun. I feel like maybe not even a terrible pick into here like Badang, right? Because if he hits you with that fist crack combo, you have that Purify to escape. Can you? I wonder, can you jump over the wall? Is that how that works?
Yeah, you can. Because once she's got her movement attack speed up, she should be able to outmaneuver that. But surprisingly enough, Granger being left open throughout all the previous games, now looks like they're going to pick up the Granger. Granger's still quite strong.
Oh yeah, I do like that pick a lot actually, and the Gatto into the carry I quite like. Okay, they're gonna switch it out for the Carmilla for that classic combo, Sicilian Carmilla. They are gonna lock in the Granger as he said. I quite like the into the carry. Just because I feel like he has a better lane than the carry. Also, that infinite scaling does help quite a lot. But if you look at Team Tunisia, yeah, you're looking at these heroes. You've got the two infinitely scaling champs. I mean, heroes that do need to be a bit mindful of what this carry and Badang can do, because carry comes online at Trinity, right?
Yeah.
So I'm liking KTG's draft just a little bit more, especially with the help of that Suyo. You know, they're looking to push that advantage over the Sicilian before he can get too big.
Yeah, agreed. So the bans coming out now from KTG, what would they be looking to get rid of? Possibly an Ixia. Oh no, why am I saying Ixia? They already picked the marksman. What would they be looking to? The CC is gone. Possibly a Lucas ban.
I mean, Caesar, I think after that performance in game 3 of the upper bracket was, the emotions start to hit. It's going to take a lot of courage to pick it again. Not sure it'll feel too good to run currently. If we're looking at jungles,
Julian.
I mean,
I was about to say that.
Yeah. Caesar did prove that the Julian was very terrifying. Even going 0-2 in the first 3 minutes had a great impact. Now that Julian's been taken out, I think it's time to bring in, like you said, the alpha. Where's the alpha been? And these sort of more simplified heroes that can sort of guarantee certain aspects of the game have been checked.
Yeah, especially considering, right, you've got two heroes that scale extremely well into the late game. You need to have that early game potential, and Alpha provides that with his true damage.
Indeed. All right, going into the next pick here. Oh no, that's a ban, excuse me. Farsa being taken out. Yeah, I mean, KTG, they do need to look for a mage pick here. Eva's still out in the open here. The Zushin, right? Not sure how I feel about Zushin into the Sicilian. What happens in that matchup?
So Sicilian outranges the Zushin. Oh, they banned the Alpha. Clever from KTG. Yeah, so
very clever.
Yeah, Sicilian outranges the Zushin, so does have a reasonable time. But if Zushin can get anywhere close, he's just gonna CC that Sicilian up, drag him a bit closer than he wants to be into the mix of things. Also, a Zushin will be giving a Carmilla quite a difficult time in the early game.
Oh yeah, I'm actually really loving the Zushin pick right now. In fact, I think they should scoop it. Otherwise, I think I don't know what other options there are left with the E-Ban.
Yeah, maybe a Lu Yi could come into play here. They can use that diversion play with combining it with the Badang, because I expect to see the Badang on Rome.
Yeah, that's fair. Trying to think what else could work. I really don't see any other options between those two, between the Luo Yi or the Zushin. Any Eudora fans in the chat? No Eudora fans in the chat here.
Eudora. I don't know when I've ever seen that in 5 at the last time.
Oh, yeah, there it is. There's the lady with the lantern.
By lantern's light.
She's gonna prove to be a bit of a game changer. So, what will they be looking for? I haven't seen a Terizla being picked up yet in this matchup. I would be liking
you don't want to be picking Terizla to carry. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but it's just for that penalty zone stun that can come in.
That is very true. I was thinking more of like a Yu Zhong angle here, but ooh, is it gonna be Dinosaur Man? I mean, that's really, really tanky versus a carry. I don't know if I agree with all of these picks here. Okay, this is what I was saying earlier, where, you know, sure, you have to be very, very brave to pick the Lucas once again here, but with enough courage, I think you can try and run it back. If your team backs you up enough, saying, look, it wasn't your fault last game, we can do this, we just need to give you a better context to play the game, I think it can work.
Yeah. But I was just looking at things that combine very nicely with the Curse Blood ultimate. I mean, when you pick up a Camilla, that's a big ultimate. Right? So you do need to have things that combine with it, which is why I was thinking of Terizla, because the penalty zone does combine excellently with the Curse Blood. It's one of the better combinations, but going for the Lucas's ultimate can be enhanced with the Curse Blood. The same with Granger as well, but it's the final pick here for KTJ. It's going to be probably an XP lane pick. Oh, they're going for the
Badang EXP lane with a Tigreal. Now, I think this is not too bad here. Badang laning into someone like Belleric, probably not too scared, right? Belleric is that stalwart tank that probably doesn't kill you, but doesn't die. And that's going to be fine for Nightfall on the Badang, right? Because all he wants to do is just get farm and then rotate. So I'm quite liking the switch for Yuumi to go for the Tig here. However, I feel like it's going to struggle a little bit into the Carmilla. Just because and the Belleric especially, right? Because these are targets you do not want to be ulting. And they're going to mess up your set.
Yeah, especially with the Belleric. Belleric is a bit of a soft counter to the Tigreal. It's like he just has to time that Wrath of Dryads just after the implosion play comes through. As long as he's not caught in the implosion, and if he hits that Wrath of Dryads, it basically counters Tigreal's ability to second skill everybody back.
Yeah, and you'll need to buy the tough boots, right? Even if there's a lot of physical damage in the game, buying the tough boots here guarantees that you can get that Wrath of Dryad off in the crucial moment that Yuumi wants to go in with that implosion. So I agree. It's the soft counter. It's not hard counter, right? Because there's still some playability around it.
Yeah. Hard counter would be like in Akai.
Or Velia, yeah. They were talking hard counters.
Yeah, or a Diggy. I don't know when the last time I've seen a Diggy.
I don't know if they. I don't know about the Diggy, sir. Anyway, we are seeing that Zushin already being a complete nuisance. Neko, she's gonna take full use of that.
Yeah, Camilla is not gonna have a nice time in the early part of the game. There's a lot of early game potential for the side of KTJ or KTG. Once they get
KTG.
Once they get that implosion play online in the early part of the game, with the amount of damage and crowd control they have, is going to prove to be very difficult for GNG, the Tunisian team, to come online.
Indeed. What are you thinking between these two matchups here? We have the Suyo versus the Lucas now. Both of these heroes, I feel like, do the same sort of thing, right? They have this sort of very, very tanky atmosphere to them. They're quite difficult to take down, but they also have insane damage output. I would like to say that the Suyo does have the better retry secure, but to be honest, if I think about it, it's pretty even.
Yeah. With that Unleash the Beast from the Lucas, you can secure objectives quite nicely and from a reasonable range as well. So the matchup, I'd actually put it down more to jungle clear speed. We will expect the Suyu to clear jungle a bit quicker than the Lucas. So he's going to be rotating faster.
Indeed. All right. Well, this is exactly how I thought a best of 5 finals would go, right? We're sort of chilling. So you got Zushin doing Zushin things, but there's not that much action. Both teams, they really just need to be careful about how they approach this part of the game because, you know, snowballs are very, very prominent.
Yeah, we're going to watch the typical mid lane battle here. Kumala charging up, wanted to land a potential stun, but nothing doing. Suyu, nice play there from the Suyu. Necro there, making the rotation, taking. And this is one of the things I love about having a jungler with that kind of mobility. I mean, if you look at it, left the small camp behind the blue buff, went and took farm away from the Lucas.
A little bit of a cheeky play from Nero there, trying to get Mary down, but unable to finish off the job. But you can see that the Suyo, we were talking about this earlier before the stream even started, that Suyo, deceptively tanky here, but most importantly is so mobile, able to move around the map at will.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like the Nero on the Suyu wants to wait for the level 5. He just senses the opportunity to try and take this turtle early. So he manages to secure that turtle without anybody trying to contest it. So he didn't want to go for the level 5, just went straight across. I'm also surprised they don't go for a bit of a jungle invade. Maybe they want to be a little bit patient. But then also Nero did use the retribution as well.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I mean, there's not too much to say that's happening currently, other than the fact that, you know, I feel like the gold lane, this is going to be a little bit carry favored, if I'm being honest. Carry should be able to zone out the Granger. It depends on how well maybe Baby sort of approaches the lane, but if I was this carry, I'd be looking to camp the minions, try and zone Granger out, because one of those first skills on the Granger is going to completely nuke your HP down to like half health each cast.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a bit of a misplay here by Caesar, resetting the red buff.
Oh, yeah. You know, when they made that update and you couldn't pull those two camps together, you know how frustrated I was.
Oh yeah, no, that was a fun little sort of mechanic, that cute little mechanic some people used to do. I can understand why they want to do that, because I feel like the jungle level 4 timings were a bit strong.
We're looking at a small engagement onto the Belleric, who manages to retreat to the safety of the turret. I mean, between the Badang and Suyu, it's gonna have to be something special to take down a Belleric at this stage in the game.
Yeah, so true. Yeah, you're gonna need more than just the Suyo, but they were doing just that. We're gonna see trading gangs pretty much here. There's a go trying to get alive out of here, but takes down at least one Wither. And in fact, it's gonna be Belleric alive here. So I feel like this is more of a weird trade here.
Yeah. You'd say it went slightly in the favor of Team Tunisia, because they will get a lot of gold from that turret. So, but with this turtle here, as you can see, they took down the entire turret, but the turtle will keep the gold lead in the favor of KTG.
Indeed. Suki rotating down to the mid lane here. Does have that Wrath of Dryad available. They're going to look to contest this blue buff here. Retribution comes out by Caesar. Very well played.
Yeah, nicely done. Just walked in, used the retry, and managed to secure his blue buff. The stun comes out.
Yumi does have the implosion ready here. Gonna try and use it, but it gets cancelled. There's that interaction we're talking about here. Another one of the heroes that are pretty good into the Tigreal, in fact, is going to be that Lucas, right? Being able to be CC immune at the right time and having a little bit of CC on top of that really means that the Tigreal is going to have a hard time ulting him as well. A little bit of a soft counter, as Waylander likes to call it.
Yeah. Well, and just slightly there on the corner of our screens, it was Camilla throwing out that first blood onto Natalia.
Oh, wait, I didn't see that. Maybe I'll stream clip that one. Maybe not. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, it's always good to have those Natalia plays in there.
Okay. Either way, we are looking at another turtle fight happening at around 40 seconds. Both teams are really playing this real passive here. A little bit of a gold lead to KTG somehow. Maybe because I think it's Nero being so young. Oh, there's the implosion onto 2. That's actually a pretty sick gank coming in from him. Oh, but look at that pushback coming in. Caesar's going to be able to get the first kill on the team fight. Maybe Baby onto Nero. Double kill for Baby. Then keep chasing onto Nico. It's going to be able to get the double kill onto the Lucas as well. That's going to be 4 for nothing trade.
Yeah. That counter coming in from the Belleric. Also, the second skill, if we just have when we see the replays for it, you see the second skill from the Tigreal took that 2 people caught in the implosion out of the Suyu damage range.
Oh man, that was brutal to watch. I mean, that was a really good set by Yuumi there. Just unable to capitalize. Yeah, as you said, it was unfortunately pushed the implosion targets into the wrong direction in that scenario. I don't know if we can have a very, very quick look at the items here. I just want to see if the Belleric, okay, does not have the tough boot somehow, but still managed to get off that Wrath of Dryad.
Yeah. Oh, well, as I suppose he just tanked through the whole thing and then just said, there we go, a lot of Dryads coming through.
That's the end of the day, yeah. All right.
Because like the implosion, the length of stun on the implosion is not like the longest. It's the combination with the second skill that allows it to be so effective.
Yeah, exactly. Because you see a Valentina doing an implosion, and it doesn't really. It's like a whatever, right? It's all about that second skill. Yeah, you're entirely correct. Anyway, on paper, we are looking at a pretty hectic lead now by GNG Team Tunisia. Backed up even further, like by the fact that there's a Sicilian in this game, right? You gotta be so careful of this guy.
Yeah, that's true. Though Sicilian didn't pick up the Purify, opting for the Flicker. What do you make of that, with the Tigreal being available?
Oh, I mean, I think you're just relying on your team to do the job for you, right? You've got those soft counters, you've got the Caesar on the Lucas, you've got the Belleric, you've got Yuki. There's a lot to counter the ult there. He's going to try for another implosion right there, but it gets cancelled again. You see, it's very, very hard for Yuki to actually get a proper set here just because of how much little interruption there is.
Yeah, exactly that. It is quite... the thing with the Tigreal, right? He's a very situational pick. You gotta know exactly when to use him.
Oh, but look at the speedy light wheels coming out. Oh, but look at the curse of blood actually landing on a few members of KTG, taking them quite low down, but they still managed to get out except for Nezuko.
Yeah, but healed straight back up with that Revitalize coming through from the Belleric.
Oh, yeah, true. I was wondering what happened there. Yeah, that Belleric, I mean, dude, Revitalize, how is this thing still in the game, man? Like, this battle spell seems a bit too strong.
Yeah, it wasn't being used at all, and then Moonton was like, okay, no one's using Revitalize, let's make a change here. And then the change they made was just, oh my goodness, the whole game changed.
Indeed, the whole game did change. That's a good way to put it. All right, we're looking at the Lord fight coming in here. Caesar level 12, Nero level 13. I'm liking KTG's odds for getting this Lord secure. However, Suki with the Belleric is going to be their biggest thorn on their side. Because of that Wrath of Dryad, it's so good at situations like this for the Lord that it seems almost impossible to approach here. I mean, look, GNG, they're just happy to go inside here without any sort of scum. Although near a Nightfall, they have a pretty good angle around the back here. But here comes a pause, interesting. All right.
Yeah. That angle with the Badang and Suyu, excellent.
The good news is, oh no, it's bad news because you can see them on the mini map here. So this is technically possible to stream snipe positions here, but well, anyway, shouldn't matter too much.
Yeah, I don't think so, because we do have a fairly lengthy delay, so I don't think that that they'll be able to do that in this time frame. Unless they go back and they rewind. It depends on how long the pause is going to be. But that angle there from the two of them was quite nice. But I think
Yeah.
at the same time, G&G, they've recognized that something is cooking.
Something's not right. Yeah,
Yeah.
Something you can smell a bit fishy here.
Yeah. They reset the Lord.
Oh,
mean-
did they? I didn't happen to notice. Okay, well, we will see. Oh, what is Lord doing? Lord, okay. I think Lord was having a little bit of a spaz attack there. Anyway, Knife Horn in a pretty good position here. Finds out Caesar here, puts down the wall, but doesn't commit for a full ulti here. We are looking at the Granger, maybe ready to dish in that damage with that Death Sonata here. Yumi also looking for that implosion play. It's all eyes on Yumi pretty much here. When is she going to be able to go in? But the Wrath of Dryad has been committed. That's a pretty good opening for KTG to go in here. Golden Star completed on carry. Also a huge out in time to go in with Suki. No Wrath of Dryad available. Here it is. The implosion lands on a few members. This is going to be enough to do it though. Nezuko shredding down the opponents, but it's going to be baby with that Sky Piercer with the Maniac coming down.
Oh my goodness. That play there from the Granger and Lucas coming through absolutely clutch.
They don't need Lord. They're running it down straight mid here. Okay, maybe that was a mistake because of the turret shockwave.
Yeah,
Okay.
We're still not at the 12-minute mark yet. But I mean, I suppose taking the advantage of having the mid lane tier 2 turret down and the minion push at the top lane, taking down the final tier 2 turret. So that's all tier 2 turrets removed from the equation. Team Tunisia, can they go for an early win with this?
I mean, they're setting up for it, Mr. Wayland. They are definitely setting up for this. You know, once Granger hits a Maniac with a Sky Piercer, you know it's hard. He's going to have so many stacks available to use all of those Death Sonatas and those Rhapsodies. He's going to be outputting insane amounts of damage. And I think it's just Yumi who's the only one who's going to be able to live through that blood, the first part of it.
Yeah, he's just, he's such a... hero that can scale with those items, especially once he gets stacks up on the Sky Piercer. So the Lord charges up here in the mid lane. The Curse Blood
coming
does
in. Oh, I mean, it was a pretty good implosion, but also, as you said, the Curse of Blood also doing a decent amount of work here. Here comes Granger. He's just shredding through it, baby. He's getting another kill onto Nightfall. It's that easy, really. There's the Blade of Despair to add things worse, make things a little bit just worse for KTG. The base is still wide open. Nico throwing that lantern. It's not going to be enough. As Team Tunisia take a nice one, an easy one, I would say. You know, that felt like quite a solid victory, a good statement to end on.
Yo, that was quick. I mean, I think just below 11 minutes or just past 11. Okay, just getting to the 12-minute mark. That was quick.
Indeed. I feel like, you know, KTG, they had a decent sort of start to that game. They were getting a little bit done, but as soon as that Granger got that Maniac, man, that game was completely over. I did not see any way out of that, because the Granger, even if the fights went a bit longer and they were a bit more a bit more chaotic, I feel like Granger, since after getting a Maniac, getting those stacks on that passive, didn't need to be in any danger. He could just run away and stay safe.
Yeah, exactly. It came down to the draft. The Tigreal pick was, I mean, it's not a bad pick. It was just with that the interruptions, as we saw, the stuns that come out from Camilla, the passive that gets procced from the Belleric, also that Wrath of Dryads is just going to cause so much of interruptions in there, as well as Granger picking up the Purify spell as well. I mean, even if you do manage to land the Flicker Implosion, I mean, he's just going to purify.
Yeah, what can you do? He'll just purify out of there. And it's also a double-edged sword completely, right? The Tigreal, he goes in, he gets a really good set, but all of a sudden there's just one random cancel flying from who knows where. And now all of a sudden your team is all baited into a really, really bad position. It could be backfiring really good.
Yeah, exactly that. It's the one issue that you can have in terms of drafting when you have a hero that you're drafting around that's got this huge team fight potential or huge set potential. Just one counter interrupts the entire strategy. It's why me personally, I'm a fan of the pick-off style of play. It's just so much more versatile.
Anyway, that's going to be it for game number 1. That is going to be Team Tunisia taking that win for us in this best of 5 grand finals in the Carry First Africa Cup, the Women's Invitational. We will see you guys after a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the game number 2 between KTG and Team Tunisia. KTG up first in the first pick here this time. Mr. Waylander, what are you thinking about this? Are we finally going to see the Sicilian ban, and are we finally going to see Joy into the fray?
Well, let's hope. Let's hope there's going to be no Joy ban this time around. I do want to see one of these junglers pick up the Joy, or even a Joy on the XP lane. I know, Seppi, you won't be the happiest about it, right? The Joy on the XP lane, but
no, I don't discriminate. All right, I just want to see some Joy. All right.
Yeah. Right now, it's like beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, true.
Any Joy is a Joy.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're looking at the CC ban already coming in from the side of KTG. Sure, that's fair enough. I feel like, maybe there's a reality where if you have first pick, if you believe this hero is so broken, maybe it's worth it not to ban it if you're first pick. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, agreed. In drafting, right, especially if you're first pick, it makes such a huge difference to how you draft.
Okay, dude. All right, man.
No Sicilian, Joy the next ban.
Yeah, it's fine. Well, we're gonna see her next game for sure. But yeah, okay. But the Sicilian is now the biggest topic of the talk of the town here. We're looking at the Hayabusa ban coming out once again, taking Caesar's ability to play the game away from her, which is understandable from the side of KTG. They are down a game, so they want to be playing at the best of their at their ability at the current moment. Sure, I think they might want to ban the Julian again. Because at this point, if I'm Team Tunisia, I want to be picking Caesar's pick right now before you get any more focus banned.
Yeah, agreed. But then that's gonna leave the person who's picked up the most amount of MVPs so far for the side of Team Tunisia, maybe Baby, with all the FMs available. So I don't know. If you're gonna be the side of KTJ, would you be considering right now, just based on the previous performances, target banning the marksman?
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, looking at the Earthal, I mean, yeah, it was been quite a threat over the last few games. I feel like the Granger was definitely a pick that only worked because as well it was out of the nowhere. They weren't ready for the Granger to come out at that point, and now they're gonna respect it again. Maybe Baby definitely proved to make that quicker. Impactful pick happen, right? Made it impactful enough to the point that they can respect it now. So yeah, I like the Granger ban. That's gonna leave in a few other things though.
Yeah. Sicilian.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it, but you said it right there. And they have to ban Sicilian here. No, it's got 100% win rates in the series. Like what else can they ban other than Sicilian? Like what?
Yeah. I mean, there's no even thinking about it right now. This is the time to get rid of that.
Okay, there we go. Now we got a game on our hands, guys. We don't know who's gonna win this time. That's crazy. Now, all jokes aside, I'm very excited to see what they're gonna pick as their first phase here. There's quite a lot of options. Obviously, there's the Hylos, right? This hero has proved to be so tanky that not even a carry has an easy time taking it down. So very, very safe pick with the Hylos.
Yeah. And a bit of a flex one as well, because we have seen both teams switch this particular hero from either Rome to the XP lane and then back again.
Yeah. Indeed. I think you don't really want to be playing at Rome too often this hero. Sure, it does work in that position, but it doesn't. Honestly, that sort of hero that he plays for himself, right? Sure, you have a glorious pathway that can sort of assist your team, but when you're picking a Hylos, you're just playing to stay alive. You're not helping anyone else stay alive, really.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're looking at maybe going in for the carry. I mean, sure. I mean, I don't think any other marksman takes out the Hylos other than the carry. So it all depends on the context of the team, right? If the carry can get ahead, then your Hylos is in big trouble. But if your Hylos is ahead, then your carry is probably not having a good game, right? So it's these picks are sort of like conditionals when it comes to the draft. They are going to pick up the Badang going forward here, which I quite like. Probably going to be roaming, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah. Definitely going to be one. Yumi going for the Belleric pick quite early.
And the Melissa. Ooh. I mean, I like that pick a lot into the Badang, right? Because Badang wants to be up close using it in that fist crack. And the go away could definitely make them, in fact, go away. Maybe it's going to be some interesting, like a team fight comp where Yumi clicks the Ratha Dryad and then the go away also pops. Maybe it's going to be like a funny sort of meme combo with the come here and go away, but nah, that's not going to happen. I still like the pick a lot. I feel like Melissa has a place in the meta just because she has insane damage output with the Trinity, right? And that can take a carry off some, like off a carry out, right?
Yeah, agreed. And also that she's going to outrange the carry. So that first skill coming in from the carry is not going to be so essential to zone out the Melissa from the wave. Melissa will actually be able to outzone the carry. Mary going for the Fasa pick this time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Fasa, it's safe, right? You've got your fist crack combo from Suki. So... I mean, is it Yuki? No, Yuki is the roamer here. It depends. It depends who's if the Badang's going for the XP or roamer or not. But yeah, already a decent way to set up the feathered airstrike. Not a bad pick whatsoever. We haven't been seeing the Faster doing so well though in the context of the series. Sure, it does have the damage output, but it's not been winning your games. So we need to just they need to maybe think of a new way to approach it.
Yeah, it's because the mid lane rotations are so tight right now that Fasa really wants to, shall we say, stretch her wings and use that burn form to rotate quickly across the map.
Yeah, sure, that's for sure. Banning out the Julian? I mean, I was thinking like, dude, C's, aren't you gonna take the Julian for yourself? But no, okay, they're gonna take it away. So we're gonna have to think of a new pick. I mean, they can run back to Lucas. But I'm not so sure how I feel about that into... Like, I think the reason they picked the Lucas there was to deal with the Tigreal a bit. You know, he obviously Caesar knew that it was a good pick into Tigreal. We saw it actually even happen, the interactions between the two heroes. So I'm curious to see what Caesar's going to pull out the bag now. We're looking here at the jungle matchup into two tanks, which is going to be a little bit funky to go with. I think matching it with your own tank jungle is a bit of a mistake. So... I mean, you could just play it safe with a Suyo here, no? I think that's the sort of angle you want to do.
Yeah, agreed. I'm also thinking that we might get to see a Lu Yi. She's still available.
Yeah, I mean, Lu Yi could work out quite well here.
Yeah.
The extra maneuverability around the map is going to help Yumi and Nightfall so much, right? Because they are two steady tanks that need to walk to places, not like... I don't know, Faster, who's just going to use her wings, right? So the Lu Yi is going to be quite useful. Is that a Florin?
So
I don't know how I feel about this one.
Well, in rank, I've noticed, but this is rank, right? Rank is not the same as when we're playing 5-man in these tournament situations. In rank, you do see a Florins being picked up with the reasonable regularity, but it means that they possibly could be going for a bit of a tankier jungler if you lock onto the Florin. I mean, that's what you're hoping
exactly
for.
what I'm thinking, right? Because there's no one that Florin really benefits too much, unless it's like the Badang who is going for that roam position. But we can't, because you have the Florin, right? So this is 100% a Badang EXP. So all you're left with is a jungler, right? And if it's not a tank, then you're not really making full use out of this Florin pick. So I'm assuming that KTG are aware of that, and so they might be looking to pick something in order to counter that as a possibility in the future.
Yeah, maybe a Lunox coming in here. They haven't picked up the mid lane yet.
Oh, yeah. True. Well, as you said, right? I think Lunox in the mid lane has sort of fallen out of favor. You're really seeing her in gold lane these days. Nero with the Bane. I really like this pick here, actually, because if you're playing against a Florin, your team, the enemy team are going to be somewhat grouped together. The deadly catch is going to be, in fact, deadly, right? That's the name of the ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. And not a bad ultimate for securing objectives.
The choice is mine.
Okay, if this is not a tank jungle, then I don't know. Yeah, there we go. That's what we thought. All right, there's the Basha, the man with the shields. Yeah, there. I mean, sure. I see where they were going with this. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Sure, the Badang, not the Badang, the Bashir is not a bad hero to sort of throw his anti-heal down. It can kill tanks quite easily as well, right? With those shield throws, that does percent damage. So he has a good time fighting into the Belleric, a good time fighting into the Hyos. However, the Bane, if this Bane gets a little bit ahead, the Bane also does percent damage, and he's going to shred through this Bashir like butter. So this is extreme timing-based comp coming in from Team Tunisia here. If they cannot live through that, if they cannot end the game before like 11 minutes, this Melissa with her team is going to take over completely. With the Bane especially, right?
Yeah, and a Savior. Don't forget
Xavier. Oh my lord! Yeah, I mean, this game is on paper completely here.
Yeah. His late game scaling, especially once he picks up that wishing lantern, it's like you're gonna wish that you weren't anywhere on the map. Dawning light, wishing lantern, it's just like half health.
So true. Anyway, game number 2. Let's go into the match. Once again, we are 1-0 on the scoreboard here, going to the side of Team Tunisia here. KTG, I think as much as I love Florin comps with a tank, I have to give this draft to KTG, man. They just have answers for Florin comp, and I feel like it is going to work out in their favor.
Yeah, agreed. This time round, we are watching Nero go for a bit of an old school rotation. Going to clear out the full jungle before moving across.
Oh, yeah. That is a bit weird of a rotation, no? Yeah, like that's a bit odd.
It was the rotation used just after the hyper carry style. You remember back in the day when it was Granger, Claude, carry in the jungle.
Okay, and this is what I wanted to talk about as well, was the Melissa. This is gonna be a hero that does bully back, right? She's gonna put that doll down, she's gonna be harassing you, and there's nothing you can really do about it, even against the carry, right? The carry's not gonna be able to get close enough to use that first skill to harass back. So I'm really liking this Melissa into the carry matchup so far. We are looking at a pretty insane gank here. We got four bodies down here trying to get something done onto Nightfall, but that is Hylos. So I'm not sure how successful this gank will be.
Yeah, and at the same time, right, what kept Nightfall so safe was, if you notice how nicely Nightfall managed the wave, kept that one wagon at the absolute edge of the turret range, so it was so difficult for Team Tunisia to get a gank in.
Indeed.
Oh, you are watching the rotation onto the Badang. Badang has to flicker away. Will he be the first blood? Florin comes in with the heals.
There, yeah. Oh, and the Xavier, the Dawning Lights almost catching Suki there. Without that Florin, he was toast, man. Anyway, we are going to silence Turtle off here. Nero, with that percent damage, with those enhanced basic attacks, are going to be able to shred it down very, very fast. There's a guy in the top lane getting first blood. The Turtle, who's going to get the retribution. Someone gets it. It's actually going to be Caesar, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who got it, actually.
He did. Kevin clutch there with the retribution. Bane there, I didn't want to use the deadly catch. I thought he was going to use it. I mean, it's one of the best skills in the game to secure objectives, but saving it.
Why? I mean, I'm so confused. Anyway, we are seeing the impact that Florin is having, right? This is a standard Florin comp where you're going to be winning this early game by default. When it comes to team fights, sure, your lanes might go bad, but your team fights are so sustained with this crazy amount of healing that's going to last for so long it's kind of very hard to lose, especially when that's the point of it. You have this tank who's just going to be able to benefit so much from it.
And especially if she gets that Flask of Oasis online, it's going to be extremely difficult to get anybody.
Okay, here we go. Bastia, excuse me, rolling around, just having a good time. Caesar. This game is really on Caesar's shoulders because she needs to be able to make use out of this early timing. And Badang, later in the game, all that's gonna happen to this Bastia is it's just gonna exist to take damage. So at least while in the early game, you can deal damage. You have to make the most out of it.
Yeah. Looks like there's a bit of a wraparound here in the gold lane. Maybe
baby. This is 5 people Looking for Maybe Baby here. Oh, you look at the flower actually given to Maybe Baby. Dude, this is some next level stuff, man. Yuki expecting something like this to happen. Deadly Catch has been committed here. Baby, there's the bloom coming in from Florin. Dodging out all the skills. Baby, dodging a 5-man gang.
That was some class play from the side of Team Tunisia.
Oh man! Oh, look at this damage coming in from Melissa here. Nezuko pumping quite a lot here. She's actually kind of away from the team fight right now. There's the glorious pathway to help the escape from the rest of KTG. But look at this Melissa pumping in the damage right now, turning it around. Yuki and Maybe Baby going down after what seemed to be a pretty good fight, but was just not in their favor in the end.
Yeah.
Oh, feather airstrike. Oh, okay, the flask. Oh no, that's not flask. Is that a rose gold?
Yeah, rose gold.
Oh,
oh my goodness. Just slightly off point there.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
Okay. I mean, I've never seen Xavier. Well, I mean, I have seen Xavier miss a standing still target, but not in an actual like pro match here. Anyway, we are looking at the turtle going down once again here. Who got that turtle?
It's Team Tunisia.
Okay. So it seems that Team Tunisia do have the turtle advantage when it comes to like objectives and retributions right now. You can actually sort of see that in terms of the levels right now. There's still some level 6s on the side of KTG, but look at Team Tunisia. They have already a level 9 on Caesar, right? So we're looking pretty good so far.
Oh, the feathered airstrike coming in, zoning out that Melissa. Melissa has to down to just slightly below half health, but they do have the turret advantage, KTJ. There's some action happening here in the mid lane as Basha is making the rotation across. It looked like the Xavier and Hylos were trying to sense that, seize the opportunity of everyone being on the top lane to try and get the mid lane turret.
By the way, 2 skins I have not seen yet in the game so far is this Florian skin and the Melissa skin. So it's kind of cool to see these high quality skins coming through.
Oh. So Carry popping the ultimate, but deciding against going in for the turret dive. The mid lane has
this is
been pushed
definitely
in.
an opportunity. I mean, Nightfall's running away, pops to revitalize. Oh, the wall actually stops him through the glorious pathway. There's the Florian ulti trying to help down this, but dang, he's managing to zone off 3 people in the mid lane right now and makes it out alive.
Goodness, and through all of that, it's KTJ taking down the mid lane turret.
Okay, they do get the mid tower. I think that's what they were going for, right? And we all know how important the mid lane tower can be. It sort of opens up the map so much when you take it down. So that's a good objective for KTG to take.
Yeah. They traded the bot lane turret for the mid. In terms of a trade, that is a very worthwhile trade.
Okay, Turtle. Let's see what happens this time. We are seeing that Caesar has managed to secure most of them. Although, Nero, is he going to not hold the Deadly Catch this time? Might be able to get something done. There we go. Deadly Catch zoning them away. Look at that Raptor Dryad actually controlling so many of them together. Caesar does take down Yumi, though. Here we go. We are going to see the power of this Melissa right now. Shredding down Yuki's HP bar, but the bloom comes out. Nezuko trying to do her best here to try and do as much damage as possible. Caesar in that front line is managing to take the brunt of the damage so far. Yuki on the run does have a lot of heals to go through, though. So, a bit of a stalemate of a team fight. However, Nero this time did manage to kill the retribution.
Yeah, that's what happens when you use the Deadly Catch.
Yeah, just like that. Just like on that tower. That spell damages towers, by the way, for some reason. I don't know why, but it just does.
Yeah, it's Bane. One of the nice things about Bane is he has that such versatility. I mean, you can build him physical damage, you can build him magic damage, you can use him for lane pushing, you can use him
for a
tank. Yeah, the team fight potential, secure objectives. I wonder why we don't play Bane more.
I think yeah, it's a good question, by the way. I wonder why we don't play Bane more. It's a very good question. I do play him when I can. He's very versatile, as you said, but I think the most popular build that people do is the physical damage build. I think just the way he does those enhanced right clicks, basic attacks, are very, very very, very impactful when it comes to like Lord fights, especially going for like tanky targets like a Bash here, because going for basic attack damage does increase that percent, I believe. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see this plane going for physical damage this time.
Yeah. Most people build it for the physical damage. I'd say the magic damage build is a little bit of a troll one. It's when you want to go for some extreme sustainability. Because like when you go,
it's sustainability and the funny one-shot skill, right? That's what you also want to do it for. You want to one-shot the enemy marksman with, it's a bit of both.
Yeah, it is a bit of both. Yeah, because it does so much damage, that magic damage.
Yeah.
And then when you press that second skill, it's just like you could be dead. You press the second skill and you're just like full health.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. We're going to see that golden staff finish on the carry here. So now Yubi and Nightfall are looking kind of scared after, like, I mean, when they see that golden staff come out, their HP bars are not safe. There's the bloom coming in from the Florin, a bit. I don't think that was entirely necessary. So now that's a big team fight spell taken out of the hands of Team Tunisia. And that's 30 seconds before the Lord as well. So they're not looking too great when it comes to contesting this.
Yeah, no map control right now. Though we are watching two of their members in a nice count. I wonder if they realize that,
Team Tunisia do realize that Nightfall and Yumi are in there. Oh, Nightfall gonna face check this. I mean, there's a carry on the bush, so he needs to be quite careful. Gonna take a few feathered airstrikes, but beautiful ult coming in from Yumi with the help of the flicker, actually does manage to zone them out of this. There's the Dawning Light coming in from the Xavier, doing a decent amount of damage. Maybe gonna take down Nightfall. Yumi on the run right now. Caesar gonna be able to chase, and there's the bloom finally comes out, but a nice root coming in from Nico. There's not gonna be enough to save down Nero, as this is gonna be a 3-for-nothing trade. Make it 4 if you count the Lord.
Oh my goodness. What a nice team fight, or execution of a team fight there from the side of Team Tunisia. They did an excellent job baiting out certain skills. The flicker play, though, the flicker Wrath of Dryads play from Yumi there on the Belleric, that I thought that could have been a moment of game change, but as we saw, that just the counter engage coming through, the amount of CC that Badang provides, and the damage output of the carry. As you stated, she's got the golden staff out right now. She's gonna start to hurt.
Yeah, you can see her hurting, man. She hasn't started. Well, she did start, I mean, is what I mean. She was pumping in that fight. Mary finishing off a genius 1 second. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I guess if you're ahead, then it makes a little bit of sense. But I feel like you want to do a little bit more like, I don't know, maybe you want to be a bit more greedy than a genius 1. You know, go for Holy Crystal or something, or Blood Wings. But hey, what do I know? Mary doing a great job this game so far with these feathered airstrikes. Lord pushing it down bot.
Yeah, Melissa being allowed to clear the Lord. As it looks like it's going to be a team fight here in the mid. But a lot of skills being committed, nothing being done so far. The glorious
wait, here we go. Actually going forward here, but the bloom comes out. Look at that sustainability by that Florin. Everyone on the team is completely fine. You can see the power of this Florin before like 10, like in this sort of time period, right? This is where she's the strongest. If we get 6 slotted people though, coming in like Nezuko and Nero, if they have 6 items, that's going to be a bit less, right? That's where Florin starts to fall off.
Yeah, agreed. That is when she will start to fall off. But it's like her positioning right now, she's staying very, very, very safe. So it's if you don't manage to eliminate her quickly enough, and through any prolonged team fight, as we got to see in the previous engagement, she can swing the course of a battle.
Indeed. It's all about those prolonged engages, right? If the engagement is long, you know, Florin's always going to come out of it. Okay, here we go. A little bit of an aggressive play coming in from Team Tunisia here. Can Nezuko sort of convert it into something? Look at Caesar, man. He is just shrugging up hits from Nezuko. As you can see, Nezuko going for a critical build. Not sure how I feel about that, really, because all it takes is one blade armor from Caesar, and he is not dying.
Yeah, agreed. The Holy Trinity would have been much better in this particular situation.
Yeah, not sure how I feel about it. Anyway, we are going to look at Team KTG just defending that mid lane with their lives right now. They know the importance of that tower. They will be defending it to its last breath right now. We're looking at the Lord spawning quite soon in about 10 seconds here. That does mean that KGG do need to abandon this mid tower to go and contest that. What is Xavier doing? Why is he so out of position? Doesn't flicker though. Maybe it was all an elaborate bait to bait some skills coming in from the side of Team Tunisia. Although that did cost Xavier his flicker. So that's already not a great trade to start off with. Here we go. The Lord is going to be starting up here. It's going to be a million kill coming in from Mary, blowing her up with Nezuko's critical build. I mean, it's good against squishies, that's for sure. Here's the Rapid Riot landing onto a few members so far. Nezuko pumping in as much damage as possible because Spooky is going to be the next one to fall right now. As KGG, they just ran them over and they're going to take control of this Lord. Although Caesar, they need to deal with this Banag. Vero secures the retribution onto the Lord though. A beautiful play coming in. Well, a beautiful attempt coming in from Caesar there. Unfortunately, not able to out Richie, one of the best Richie securers in the game.
Yeah. That would have been absolutely clutch. Look at the damage. My
God, that was close.
Yeah. Lord charging up. The shields are not down. Should be able to get at least this tier 3 turret taken down if they get the lock on.
Indeed. I mean, this is a complete switch right now. We're looking at a big deadly. Oh, doing so much damage. It even knocks out the Florin as like a collateral damage. As KDG they ran them over in the last like 4 minutes of the game here.
Oh, so that takes us into 1-1 in the series. KTJ switching gears. Just like the first round in the upper bracket finals. KTJ losing the first match and then just changing things up and securing the victory. This one a little bit tightly contested towards the early part of the game, and then Team Tunisia with a bit of dominance, and then finally KTJ just switching it up. Very, very, very reminiscent, like a bit of deja vu from the second matchup.
Yeah, honestly. It feels exactly like that, right? I did give the prediction earlier in this before the game though that I don't think I liked Team Tunisia's draft that much, right? I feel like it did have its sort of limits when it came to it. So, and that really did show, right? They hit a critical mass and then it all toppled over. All right, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we will be having another break, but do stay tuned for the game number 3 between KTJ and Team Tunisia. Welcome back, ladies and
Time to
gentlemen.
beat up the
Wait,
Flash.
I'm gonna sneeze again. Excuse me about that. Sorry about that, friends. All right, we are back in game number 3 between Team Tunisia and KTG. It is gonna be 1-1 on the scoreboard right now. We're already in the drafting phase, and guess what our first ban is? Wait, don't even look at the screen. You can guess what it is.
That's why I was laughing. It's like we just got into the lobby, and the first thing you see is Joy.
Oh man, you know, at least you know, all I'm asking is for one. Maybe we're gonna sit in the knockout games. But we'll have to see what happens. What I do like to see though is it's not a CC ban coming in from the left side team, so we might be seeing it come out in this game here instead of the Joy, of course.
Yeah. So basically, the fourth game is going to be match point. No matter what happens in this one, it's match point for somebody.
Yes. So yeah, I mean that'll be very interesting. I feel like once match point hits, that's when these players' mental are really gonna start to hit. That's when we see the game being less about the draft and the plays. It's gonna be where we see the teams get tested mentally. You know, going off best of 5 is not an easy task, man. There's that like it's different from your ranked games. It's a different level of MLBB that sometimes you're not even used to. But you know, teams like Team Tunisia, I know they've gone through this before. So if we're looking at from an esports perspective, then I'm liking Team Tunisia's chance of winning a bit more.
Yeah. Because experience does count. Let's be honest. Being in the cauldron, shall we say, jumping into this hot water, you've got to be able to hold the pressure, and the pressure really does mount. I mean, this is the grand final of the Cali First African Cup Women's Invitational. It's all to play for.
Indeed. Okay, there he is, scary Batman. He is out. So we're looking at another draft where we do not know the outcome for. The Respect Melissa ban coming out, actually. They really did not like Nezuko's Melissa whatsoever here. So, it's going to be an interesting drop. The CC still not banned. Is Team Tunisia going to whip it out in this game number 3?
That's quite interesting. All depends on this final ban coming through from Euro. I wonder what they want to. Because there is quite a few picks that they want to eliminate. I mean, you've got the high loss, which the moment high loss is open, anybody is picking it up. So do you go for the CC ban, or do you go for the... There we go. We're just talking about it.
I was about to say, because that's going to be like a CC versus high loss situation. So, like, if they do go for CC here, and that is a new skin I've not seen, by the way, then yeah, it'd be impossible for them to pick the high loss. Anyways, I think the CC ban. I mean, I haven't seen this hero in action, so it's all up to you, Wei, to tell me how strong this hero is if they do pick it.
Yeah, scary right now. It does what you expect from an XP laner. It's got that 1v1 capability, and well, the way she's been working right now, she's got like a 1v3 capability. I've been
my gosh!
I've been witnessing CCs get ganked 3-man, engage all of them, disengage, and then wait for the team to come around and re-engage. And I'm like, what is this hero? Mobility, CC, the sustain. It's just
the percent damage as well, man. Like, it's all there. But I'm liking this pick here. We're gonna take away from MLBB, take the Granger for Nezuko right now. I'm liking that one a lot. I feel like Granger in these matches as well is also very reliable. You know, you've got a not so bad laning stage, and you've got a win condition if you can make that Sky Piercer work. Once you start getting that 1, that 2, that triple kill, then you get that power spike that ends games.
Agreed. It's such a snowball kind of hero. Yumi here locking onto the Badang. They're sticking to the tried and tested. But the question right now, Seppi, is this going to be a Badang roam, or are we expecting to see the Badang up against the CC?
Do you know what's funny about that question is that at the beginning of the best of 3 in the upper bracket, we were watching it was all Badang roam. But like the last few matches and the finals here have all been Badang XP. So if we're following that pattern here, then we're definitely going to be seeing it in the XP lane. But then the question begs is, how does it do into the CC?
I wouldn't want to be a Badang up against a CC.
No,
'cause, like,
I think no.
yeah.
The immortal
Yeah.
one chose me to vanquish
Oh,
the
Caesar going for the
shadows and
Suyu pick this time around.
Oh, that's a hero that we haven't seen yet, actually, that has made it to the radar. I forgot about the Harith. So now we're going to have this classic Harith Granger matchup where I feel like Harith is actually going to be the one that benefits mostly here because what Harith does, right? He goes in, goes around you, and Granger's all about that forward facing damage.
Yeah. He's not comfortable dealing with these high mobility gold laners. I mean, and Harold, right? He's just gonna dash left, right, center. What are you gonna land?
Yeah, so true, actually. They're also going for the blue team, I guess, is what they're doing on Team Tunisia here. They all got all the blue heroes.
Yeah.
Anyway. I'm actually interested. We're gonna probably see that that collab skin from the Harith. I haven't seen that one either. I was actually mentioning that with when he saw the collab skin with the Hunter x Hunter one with Sicilian. But now we might see the Hunter x Hunter Harith skin.
Yeah, sticking to you know, but this is the tournament lobby, right? So it's pretty much a lot of skins. I mean, actually, it's all the skins available.
It's all of them, yeah.
So I mean, while you're here, you might as well flash whatever you can flash.
Indeed. We are looking at the faster coming out, the good old reliable. Although not really, I guess, because I don't has the faster won a match yet? This in this best of 5? I'm not sure. I don't think it has, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. I agree with you. I don't think it has.
However, they're still going to stick with it here. I'm liking KTG's odds though, just because of the Granger pick. I feel like it's actually really strong here. But obviously, it is the Harith that's going to dictate that matchup. So if we're looking at the drafts overall, yeah, so far Team Tunisia have this one. We'll just have to see how impactful these last 2 picks are.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to well, what could potentially be a roam / XP laner, and your jungle pick for the side of KCJ. How are they going to be dealing with this? Where's the lockdown going to come from? Because you're going to need some lockdown to deal with the Harith.
Indeed. Which is also going to be hard by the fact, you know, obviously he is running that Purify. So it is what it is. Badang maybe has the options to do it if he can sort of time his fist crack with like a double stun that happens after the Purify. Then we can see something work. But other than that, I think like this Harith, he's going to have a blast this game. I mean, you're against a Granger, you're against a Faster. He is going to be in your face pretty much the instant the team fight starts.
Yeah, and his scaling in towards the late game is just nuts.
Oh, absolutely nuts. Yeah, tell me about it. That crit damage that his first skill does, absolutely insane. The Starlium side damage that he has with the second skill, even more insane.
Yeah, and the shield. Don't forget the shield.
Oh, my lord. Yeah, this hero I feel like is a bit overtuned. Yeah, that's fair to say.
Yeah. I see a lot of pro players also like to throw in like the Oracle with that, as like a late game item, like maybe like the last item that you're picking up, because like in the late game you do need a bit of survivability the longer the game goes on. So you throw in that Oracle with a 30% extra shield. It's just, what do you do if you don't have the hard lockdown?
Yeah. So true. All right. We're looking at the Jillian ban, looking at a few mages being taken out by KTG so far. It's a situation where what the hell do you pick on Team Tunisia for your mid lane? Now, they're obviously going to see the obvious fact that there is a Zushin open, but that's pretty much it. I don't know what else you'd pick. You're not picking Mia, brother. I mean, sister, excuse me. You're not picking this hero. Okay.
Kadita for the Fasa.
Oh, I think I prefer the Valentina, if I'm being honest. Yeah. I mean, you can look at Mary right now. She's saying, like, what the hell do I pick? You've taken out all my heroes. I'm just gonna I'm gonna choose one at random. I'm gonna just hover a bunch of them, and one of my teammates is gonna say stop, and then that's gonna be that one.
like a roulette.
Yeah, okay. We're gonna go with the fairness here. I like it. I think I like it. I think the Nether Realm is definitely going to be quite impactful versus the Fist Crack, right? That's the obvious interaction here, is that it's going to stop any big sets that Yuumi and Nightfall want to do. However, I feel like the Fast is just going to take advantage of it so easily. You know, he's going to pop the Nether Realm, he's going to get a Feather Airstrike in the face, and then that's the end of that.
Yeah. That's true. Though it could, well, it maybe will give it. A lot of this game is going to come down to the Harrod, because like once the Harrod gets fed, then that Nether Realm now is just going to increase the amount of survivability of that Harrod, and we were just raving about how much damage output he's going to do.
True, it's very true. It's not like they're lacking any physical damage either. They have the CC and the Suyo, so it's. I mean, this draft is like, I think it's pretty heavily Team Tunisia favored. I do like the Bane a lot, but it's not like that matchup. It is against the Bastia, right, where you're feeling a little bit good about being close to the jungler. But against here like Suyo, he's going to be able to stand up next to you and deal shots back. So I think this is in the hands of Team Tunisia, in my opinion.
Yeah, especially with the Kamala picking up Revitalize instead of the Vengeance or Flicker. They're going for a very heavy sustain composition.
Indeed. However, I am always excited to see the Faramis come out. He is quite a hype sort of mage, right? He helps you in the team fights, makes the team fights interesting, and then he also acts as a save hero. You know, if one of your allies is getting gone really hard, he can come in with a clutch save with the Nether Realm. So I'm liking the Faramis quite a lot in terms of aesthetics here, but the viability, I'm not so sure about.
Yeah, but a lot of the pressure right now for the side of Team Tunisia is gonna be a lot of the weight is gonna fall on the shoulders of Harrod. Harrod and Suyu will be the main sources of damage, because I mean, okay, CC does do damage, but she's more of sustained damage. Once again, going for this little bit of a cheese strat with the Khalid rotating towards the gold lane.
Although maybe Baby sort of knows what's cooking in the kitchen there. She's very well aware of what's happening there. Yeah, I mean, I guess what's going to happen in the early stages of the game is we're going to see CC bullying Nightfall right now. This is not going to be an easy matchup for Nightfall at all in this lane.
No, not in the slightest. CC, one of the hardest XP lanes to lane up against. I was just watching. Look at the amount of damage. Just poke down a half health.
Yeah, and she's a no mana hero. Well, I guess so is Badung, so it doesn't actually matter that much. But I mean, she can do that as much as she wants, just on a cooldown, right?
Yeah. Oh, there's the engagement card. Camilla taking a lot of poke damage. The flicker's coming out as Suyu marches in there, throws out those blades, slashing left, right, and center, and forcing 2 recalls.
True. That's a pretty nice cute little play from Caesar. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've seen Caesar on Suyo. I mean, I think it was always Nero playing it. I could be completely wrong. But we haven't seen Caesar on the Suyo so often, right? That's the point.
Yeah. Look at this play from MLBB. Just wants to zone out the Granger, baiting out the first kill, and then goes in for a little bit of poke.
I mean, that Harith first skill damage is not okay, man. What is that even?
Yeah, especially if he catches you within the, the middle of those 2 waves crashing through, it gets that extra bit of damage coming out.
All right, Turtle spawning up for the side of, I think, KTG to have advantage of. No, I'm completely wrong. Here comes Suyo, ready to use that execute damage to help secure it. Nero has a level 4, gonna have to pop that deadly catch. Yuki in the front line here with the Revitalize, zoning 3 of them, but it is going to be First Blood going to the side of Team Tunisia, as well as the Turtle going to them as well. So a pretty great trade overall for the blue team.
Yep. And what do you know? CC just walks it off.
There's a Nether Realm. Oh, the Yuki! Out the range of the Nether Realm, unfortunately. Oh, but now Mary in a bit of trouble. Pops to Purify to try and get away from this onslaught here, but unable to get out alive. There's the curtain call coming in from Suki, but it's not going to be able to get too much done. So I like the reply coming in from KTG.
Yeah, that was...
go overextension without your XP laner being present. Not the safest before the 5-minute mark.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, Yumi is the one getting a little caught out here, although it's ending up being Caesar. Just, just doing Suyo things, like not scared. He does a lot of damage, but he's also tanky, right? He doesn't care. Oh, but there's the Salmon Force coming in from MLBB. Is it going to be enough to take down Nezuko? No, the Flicker, in fact, comes out from her. So that's going to be pretty good trade coming in from MLBB. Flicker, is a 2-minute cooldown, so that's pretty a big investment.
Yeah, that's true. Both teams just rotating across just to help the gold laners out a little bit. But there's a lot of action that both teams are rotating quite quickly. There's a nice camp here in the mid lane by Itsuki and Mary. They're just waiting for somebody to poke their head. Get that pullback on the Faramus.
I think this is another situation where both teams are a bit scared of losing. Instead of focusing on winning, right? So they're a little bit worried here, a little bit scared to make any plays. However, Granger finished at 4 minutes, is that Hunter Strike, so he's going to be able to do a little bit of things now with that item timing. 2 seconds to the turtle here. We're going to look at the engagement coming in from Yumi with that Khalid. Be able to do too much damage here as the turtle does get harassed down a little bit. Suki gonna be able to use those yo-yos to do a really big amount of damage to Yumi right now. My lord, they cannot go near her. They're just so scared of being chunked by the CC. That's impossible to approach the turtle.
Yeah, so CC, like I said, CC is such a monster right now. As we're watching the 4 men engage on the 3 underneath the turret, are they gonna go for the dive?
Yeah, they can. They have the Nether Realm, right? So they can take as many tower shots as they want unless you step outside the Nether Realm. Now that's... I'm not going to justify that for MLBB. Better Day Strike, not going to be able to do enough damage to take down Yuki, but that is... that's like a whatever trade.
Yeah, 1 for 1. I think KTJ would have felt a little bit better off with that trade because they did take down the gold laner. There was a gold lane for a roam, and they get the opportunity to put a lot of pressure on the top lane turret.
That is very true. That is very true. Yumi, looking sort of, doing a good job of sculling out these bushes here. Suki has completely abandoned bot lane. Like, dude, she is making KTG's life very hard by not being in that bot lane and being a menace in the other lanes. But at some point, she's going to need to return. Anyway, we are going to see the sandstorm coming in from Yumi. It's going to be landing onto Caesar in the top lane here. The Salmon Force is also underneath the tower, but it's not going to be able to be followed up right now.
Yeah, that's a lot of skills being used, but nothing much particularly being achieved. As you were stating earlier, it's going to be more of a battle of attrition because both teams realize that whoever takes this particular match is going to have a very big advantage into the next game.
Indeed. Okay, we're gonna see that Bane damage coming out. Deadly catch off the mark, but I think it doesn't matter too much. The cooldown of it is not too big, although it might be big enough that he's not going to be available for Turtle, so they need to think about that when approaching it.
Yeah, the Revitalize was baited out in that moment in time, so Camilla, no Revitalize, as the third and final turtle of the game is going to be spawning up.
Okay, this is pretty much all eyes on Suki here. She's going to be able to go up into that front line and not give a toss about it. Waiting for this curtain call to come out as well. Caesar off the mark with that spear there. Not going to be able to get too much done. The Curse of Blood only landing onto 1. Nero is going to take it. So that's not going to be adding too much as well. Nezuko's going to be able to get the first kill of this engagement. Maybe make it a double kill. There's another round. Came out a little bit late if you ask me. Going to be able to do a decent amount of damage going back. But there's a Salmon Force coming in from the Harith. Doing a lot of damage. Trying to go in. Shut down onto Nezuko. Is the Harith going to be able to follow up though? Yes, he is. The MLBB still running away here. It's going to be able to get away from 2 now. No.
Yeah, doing getting the double kill, but being taken down in the end. I think that a little bit of delay on that dash would have been a bit nice because you could see the idea from MLBB trying to get towards that a little bit of movement buff there and could have gotten herself back to safety. But it was a nice play overall. But we're getting to see the power of the Harith, not changing the course of the team fight, to say, well, Team Tunisia took that. I would say that was a pretty even team fight between the two. 2 kills to 2 kills.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, you can see if the Harith is getting away with not that many items to play like that, then you can only imagine what the Harith is going to do later in the game, man. Like it's real scary. I think one of the heroes that can sort of match the tempo though is going to be the Granger, right? So I'm feeling pretty hopeful for both teams, really.
Yeah. This is going to be a real... But looks like Granger's going to get caught out here. The stun will come in from the Camilla as they take down Granger real quick there.
Well, look at that Zaman Force, man. That skin of that this Harith is so cool, actually. I'm really liking it.
Yeah. Hunter skin.
All right, we're looking at a pretty hectic tower dive coming in from the side of Team Tunisia here, but the Curse of Blood is not really going to pay off as she gets taken down immediately. Nero is going to be holding that front line beautifully with that Deadly Cat, zoning them off that tower. So that's pretty much just a nothing for what?
Yeah. 2. They took down the Camilla. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry, for 2. Excuse me.
Yeah. And with that,
look at this rotation.
Yeah, it looks like they might be able to take down this mid lane turret. With the Lord being up.
Yeah, not even a sweat broken taking down that middle turret here. They're going to be able to take this Lord down pretty quick, I'm assuming so. I mean, look at that feathered airstrike completely zoning out Caesar. She's not going to be able to get into this Lord pit pretty easily. Maybe Baby is going to try and get an angle around here, but Nightfall and Yumi are going to zone her completely away. That's going to be a pretty free Lord for the side of KTG.
Yeah, nicely executed. They got their 2 pickup kills, put the pressure in the mid lane, established map control with the waves, and then took an easy Lord.
That's exactly it. Looking at the items real quick, we are going to see the faster finish off the Witching Lantern. Going to improve her poke and her poke damage quite a lot. The Harith, though, that's going to be what's scary here. We finished off the 2 main items that Harith needs. He needs 3, right? He needs this Arlium, he needs the Feather of Heaven, and then he hits the Holy Crystal. That's when things start to... That's when the party starts, if you know what I mean. Here we go. The Revitalet's going to be popped in from this Carmilla here. The Netherlands doing a really good job of keeping her team alive right now. Suki, a little bit low, going to struggle a little bit. Oh, look at the cannon shot from Nero. Blows her up. Retribution use on the Lord. He's not going to be able to charge the tower there. Yuki gets taken down by Nezuko. Pretty nice and simple. That's going to be 2 for nothing right now.
Yo, that delayed rotation there from the Granger, finding just the right angle to get 1 more kill on board. And so we should see tier 2 turrets start to fall left, right, and center. Well, actually center and top.
True. All right. I mean, look at that huge wave. It doesn't even matter if there's like a tower shockwave thing there. I think that's still... There's 2 cannons are still going to be alive. Okay, they're not going to capitalize on no, but look at the background right now. Baby, going for a suicide play right now. See if we're going to be able to get 1. No, I don't think so. Nezuka makes it out. Pretty much for... He shouldn't have made that out, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. That is true. So, being very, very aggressive there. The Cursed Blood does come in. The Netherrealm is being used just to keep everybody alive. The flicker from the Kali. There's the feathered airstrike from the Fasa, zoning everybody away. This should be the final shield being popped, but I mean, we're on to the 12th minute, or getting close to the 12th minute, so shields don't really matter right now.
That's true. We can start to see Nezuko becoming a menace. I think this game is literally depending on 2 things, right? How many Sky Piercer stacks and Granger's passive stacks can Nezuko achieve versus can maybe Baby get that Holy Crystal timing and take a good fight afterwards. Like that's the 2 win conditions of the game here.
Yeah, it's going to be the battle of the gold laners. Not very often we get to see that, but I do love a good battle of the gold laner.
I mean, yeah, if you think about it, both these heroes are such big hyper carries, right? So yeah, it's you don't see it often, but this is how this game is gonna go.
And with that new update to the map, look at how quickly we're back to the Lord in the next, say around 10 seconds, just over 10 seconds.
That's true. We got 4 people chilling in the bush up here from the side of Team Tunisia. Yumi is gonna try and face check, probably knowing fully that there's a whole bunch of people in there. No fear whatsoever. But it is gonna be Nero. Look at that Lord damage that Nero can do with that percent based attack damage coming in front of the Bane. That's gonna be a pretty easy Lord if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. They've got Bane with the deadly catch to secure the objective. If the situation got a bit hairy, And at the same time, Suyu just saying, okay, look, guys, we're not going to be able to take this Lord. It's kind of difficult to contest. So going for the split push.
Indeed, indeed. Not sure what Team Tunisia can do in this sort of situation. They're very, very scared of approaching into a team fight just because of how scary Nero and Nightfall have been in these skirmishes. Maybe it's all about that Zaman Force placement, you man. If he can dodge the full the first wave of CC, and then use the Zaman Force afterwards, he can completely clean this fight up. It's just that KTG have been playing so wisely that they have not been giving her a chance to do that.
Yeah, exactly that. And they do have quite a bit of disruption skills. There's going to be the first one. It's the deadly catch coming out from the Vayne. The waves were synced up quite nicely, but the defense from the side of Team Tunisia on point. The Lord marching towards...
Oh my god! Oh my! Are you seeing the damage right now? That was Nero. That was like all Nero getting in that cannon shot, taking down maybe to half HP. I think this game is over. Their win condition is dead. The Nether Realm is not going to be enough. KTG.
Yeah.
Can they take that game pretty damn quick?
Yeah, that was, as you said, double quick timing. Excellently done there by KTJ. And it's exactly this. It's almost a carbon copy, if you think about it, of the first 3 games.
Indeed. Yeah. I mean, maybe Baby just did not have an opportunity to come into that game. Yumi actually getting the MVP there. I guess that makes sense when you realize that she was part of pretty much every single team fight and base checking every single bush. So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me, actually.
Yeah. Kali Drome is still good, right? As you can see.
Yeah.
He does pretty much what you need a roamer to do in the early game. And with the update in this previous patch, it's just allowing him to do what he does even better, because it's all about the early game. Khalid in the early game, as everybody knows, is absolutely strong. Extremely high mobility, lots of damage, lots of sustain, and the ability to dive the backline once he hits level 4. I mean, for a roamer, what else do you need?
Yeah, what else do you need, really? Very similar to what a Hilda does, right? Where she just wants to use that enhanced basic attack and build up those Thunderbolt stacks and then just be annoying the rest of the game. That's really what it is all about. Anyway, that is going to be game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be 2-1 to the side of KTG. We hope, stay tuned for game number 4, the potential knockout of Team Tunisia.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, match point between KTG and Team Tunisia. Game point obviously going towards KTG in this potential final match between these two very, very talented teams. I mean, I must say, Waylander, I've been absolutely impressed with what I've seen so far.
I agree with you. This has been a extremely fun watch, and KTG once again losing the first game, going on to win the next two. Are they going to be able to clutch this out in the fourth and final match? Well, what do you think, Seppi?
Well, listen here. They've already steamrolled 2 wins already in a row. So maybe the momentum is playing in their favor here. If they can just keep the same mindset they've had in the last 2 games, you know, they can definitely they can keep the momentum, keep the vibes up. You know, the most important thing in these long games is the vibes, man. Because as soon as you lose that, then you're gonna start to feel bad. You're gonna start to play worse. So it's all about the mental here.
Yeah. And I can imagine how tired these players are. This is, for them right now, their what? 6th game? No, 7th game.
Oh yeah, this is game number 7 right now. Yeah, that's pretty intense.
In the crowd. Make some noise. for
Well,
your
CC banned out this time by KTJ. Or KTG.
Okay, I guess the CC did put a place there, even though I guess the CC took. Wait, did the CC win that last match? I can't remember.
No. CC lost in that game.
Okay.
It was KTG. They're using their
time to
disruption
jump.
abilities, just layering it so beautifully. Yeah, I know what you want to say. Say it.
I was waiting for. She made it through 3 bans, man. Couldn't make it through the 4th one.
Yeah. I don't think there's been a more banned hero in the game. This is 7 bans in a row.
Actually true. Oh man, that's crazy, man. Not even a more banned hero than Joy right now.
He's not getting to see the light of
Born
day.
by thy wish.
Ooh, no Sicilian ban, by the way. He's through.
Oh my goodness. Oh
That
my
means
goodness.
we are definitely seeing him come out right now. It just depends if KTG want to prioritize it. If I'm KTG, dude, I'm locking it, but they locked the Irithel.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. Is that gonna prove to be fatal? Or maybe they've got the Sicilian counter in mind. They figured out a way to get to Mary if she picks up that Sicilian.
There's no way she doesn't pick it. No, like. Okay, yeah. There he is with that Hunter x Hunter skin. I mean, maybe KTG are just saying, yeah, no, it's fine. We want to go to a game 5, so it's all good.
Yeah, it's like Sicilian is like an auto win condition right now.
I mean, statistically, in this stream, that is entirely correct. Yeah.
What are they going to be picking to counter the Sicilian? Maybe it's time to see something like a Fanny come out. I'm not sure if Nero
unironically a huge shout, dude. Like actually a huge shout. If Nero can play the Fanny, I feel like it deals with the Granger and the Sicilian so incredibly well. So if Nero could play it, I think it's good.
Yeah. But then you'd want to last pick that Fanny or get it as close to last pick as possible.
When I give the word.
That's fair. You're scared of those Kufras, you're scared of those Phobiuses. I know it might not seem like it, but I remember Phobius is actually a pretty insane Fanny counter because of that enhanced basic attack. It knocks her out the air.
Yeah. That's true. That is true. And at the same time, I mean, you can't forget the OG Franco.
Well, I mean, sure. That was, I don't know about how reliable that kind of pick is, but yeah.
Well, you can go in for the maybe we'll get to see an absolute skill shot with a hook as Fatty cables through the air into the bloody hunt.
Okay, well, I don't know if there's going to be a Fanny anymore.
These chains.
Although, if you are Sakai's, then you don't care about 5 counters.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
But if we had actual Sakai's here, then he would have picked Fanny earlier. So never mind that.
Yeah. So maybe Baby locking onto the Phobius there. That means, what are we thinking? What Phoveus is one of the harder XP laners to lane up against. What can be used to deal with a Phoveus? CC
Yeah,
is
I mean, you
actually
could
one of
go
them.
for. Yeah. I mean, CC is a great pick against Phoveus, but you could maybe go for a more traditional like tank killer XP. But you don't want to be doing it in like a 5-man tournament game. But you could do something like a Dairoth. Could be okay. I mean, maybe if you can get like a Dairoth to go like full damage this game, you could do some sort of cheesy play that also is able to jump backlines, right? With a petrify. So what you do is that you just wait for the right opportunity. You go in with that second skill, you petrify and ult, and it's a guaranteed kill on a backline. But it's incredibly risky to take that way, and I don't see KTG doing it.
Yeah. Agreed. So, looks like Alpha has been left open, though we're watching Caesar just flash around the Martis. I'm not sure about Martis into this composition, but hey, maybe they
No.
want to go for some early game pressure.
Caesar's not picking Martis here. You can take my word for it. If he does, I do not know. I feel like it struggles so much into the Aerithal. Martis has no capabilities of chasing down an Aerithal, let alone even a faster can even dodge Martis quite effectively. We're gonna run the Angela here. We're running it back.
Okay, so Angela, the last time we were like hating a little bit on the Angela, turned out to be victorious, worked out well in favor. But this time around, Angela Phoveus could be a very deadly combination.
That's very true. We're gonna see Yumi picking up the Balearic. I'm not sure how I feel about this one here. I don't think it's that impactful this game, just because a lot of what Team Tunisia are trying to do is not up and close and personal. Other than the Phoveus, but does he really care about getting ulted by the Balearic? I don't really think so.
No. I don't really think so either. He's just gonna be able to hit his Super Mario hop, skip, and jump through all the CC.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about a Barrett's here, especially into the Bane. I mean, maybe it works. I mean, if they're looking at the comp here, you could see that Team Tunisia, they could run this Barrett's Angela core, and they could go, okay. I was about to say, I really like the Leomord pick here for the reason that I think their team complements a hyper carry so well. With the Granger being quite a reliable laner, you have the Angela, which is a classic hyper carry enabler, as well as Sicilian to give you something to fall back on in the late game. So I think Team Tunisia are kind of cooking with this one.
Yeah. And I mean, we all know Leomord Angela is one of the OG combos.
Oh, that's one of my favorites. I'm sure you've watched me play that a few times.
Yes, I have.
Alrighty, looking at the drafts though, I mean, obviously, you do need to be very careful playing this hyper carry draft, especially when there's a Balearic here. That's one thing that the Balearic can sort of offset here. Is he's going to be able to control the area that Leomord wants to be at, and going to be able to make Leomord's life a little bit hard. But you know, if there's anything that can sort of disengage it, it's going to be a Phoveus who's going to be able to maybe take the brunt of the CC before the Balearic sort of does his job.
Yeah, but I was just noticing the emblem setup. What do you think about Leomord taking the killing spree emblem? I know it's been buffed.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're asking the wrong person here. You're the one who knows how it got buffed and how good it sounds, so you can tell me.
Yeah, it is buffed, but in my opinion, I'm not loving it too much. But I suppose it's not so much about the fact whether it was buffed or nerfed. I think what they're thinking about is synergy, because if they can get the Leomord to snowball, because they are going for this, as we said, hyper carry style of strategy, and he's starting to snowball, that killing spree could then prove to be vital.
Okay, so this is what KTG in the first game of the upper bracket series started like, right? They had a really strong mid lane presence that they were like harassing out of, but the Angela sort of fixes that, right? With those love waves, is going to be able to keep Mary kind of healthy. So I feel like they don't mind too much that they're losing quite a lot of health on the Sicilian.
Yeah. She's gonna get healed up, though. Angela is quite mana heavy in the early part of the game.
True.
So I mean, so how long can that sustain continue?
That's very true. That's very true. I'm interested to see what this Irithyll versus Granger matchup is going to be like. I feel like Granger is going to be a little bit. I think it's going to be a little bit Irithyll favored, just because of that harass potential. Sure. Okay, that's a flicker, by the way. Mary having to use that to get away from a first blood.
Yeah. And this is as the turtle is spawning up in just slightly over 10 seconds.
Oh, here we
Okay,
go. Oh, Caesar, a little bit of danger there. That's not what you want to see a jungler doing, is getting low before the turtle fight. No heart guard available. So, I mean, look, I am the Angela Leomord connoisseur here right now, sir. And I'll tell you right now, that first turtle is rough. Because your Angela's not level 4. You can't do what you want. But anyway, he's going to pop the Phantom Steed. He's going to get the Retribution. He's going to go in. I'm pretty sure he's dead here, but maybe he can take down one before he gets taken out. But remember about that killing spree. It's not going to be enough to sustain him through that fight. But that's a really good trade, arguably, for Team Tunisia.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 jungle for jungle, and they did secure the turtle. So, a trade in their favor. That's going to be an extra, what is it? Not even just 400 gold. They would have gotten a little bit extra from the first blood as well.
Ooh, a nice little cute little play from Yuumi there. Using that sandstone to get away from that. Has to pop the flicker though. Angela, you can see, is very, very good early on for those puppet on a string plays, right? Because, you know, that CC is actually really, really strong if you think about it. Being able to slow someone and then immobilize them afterwards. Anyway, we're looking at Caesar using the Phantom Steed here. There's the Heart God, the combo. It's alive. They're going to be able to dive the tower. I don't spam this combo for no reason.
Yeah. It is quite deadly. Old but gold, shall we say.
Indeed. And it's actually one of the few combos that's going to be able to keep up with the Sprint Irithyll, right? The amount of movement speed you get from Blue Retri and Heart God is going to be able to help you keep up.
Yeah. And dish out the damage. And right now, Granger having a nice time in the gold lane up against the Irithyll. Doing an excellent job of just getting the pokes, and so far no attention has been paid to either side lane. It's just a battle of the mid lanes right now.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, as you said, it's a mid lane meta at the moment. I mean, if I'm being honest, I think Team Tunisia are really well off at the moment. They've got the Sicilian for the late game. Their combo, the Angela Leo is working out pretty well for them so far. It's kind of hard to mess it up at this point.
Yeah, that's true. There's a feathered airstrike coming in, but he gets on the steed once more, picks off another with the Heart Guard on. There's the deadly catch, knocking everybody off. But this Leomord, he doesn't care. He wants to go in for even more, chasing down the Bane. Will he be able to get the kill? It's going to be Angela with the typical Angela kill steal. Sandstorm comes in. There's the Wrath of Dryads, Vengeance being popped, but Kali being popped back.
I mean, they're just getting Angela Lilioed, man. I mean, what else can I say here? They're playing it absolutely perfectly here. They should be able to get this turtle nice and free. I guess the way that they come into this game here is they focus on this Irithyll, to maybe give her a little bit more rotations, because right now she's kind of struggling against this Granger. So I think they need to give her a little bit more attention, maybe not even try and contest this turtle. Meanwhile, it's already gone.
Yeah. So Phoveus using that deadly catch just to knock, Bane just using the deadly catch on the Phoveus to knock him back, just to stay a little bit safe there, as Phoveus with a lovely camp, sensing that Bane was going to be going for that small camp.
Indeed. If we have a quick look at the items, let's see what this Leo's cooking in the kitchen. I think he's just going to be rushing that Hunter Strike, no? Yeah, he's got the Hunter Strike already. 2 swords there. I think he's going to be going for a Blade of Despair. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. Anyway, we are seeing the Heart Guard coming in with the Phantom Steed, although he's taking quite a lot of tower damage. But I think that Flask of the Oasis is available to keep the Leomord alive. Just barely on any HP, but he's running away. Look at that movement speed, man.
Oh my goodness. Going in, diving under the turret, getting knocked back under the turret, and still somehow managing to survive, get the kill, and get out.
Yeah, balanced combo. And it looks like he is going to go for the Blade of Despair. He is reading this out. He knows that he can make these kind of plays.
Yeah. I mean, once you got that early game potential, and they've been using it so well, why would you not go for it?
I mean, it's just all about not messing it up, right? As I said, I'm going to stop saying it now. This is the last time I'm saying it. I play this combo a lot. That's the last time I'm saying it, I promise. You know, it sets you up for an amazing mid game, and then it falls off really, really hard if you can't end at a certain time. But that window is quite big in order to, in the part that you can win the game. So I feel very, very confident that Team Tunisia can take this. It's all about KTG. They need to look after their gold laner a bit more, and I think they can sort of maybe minimize damage.
Yeah, but right now it is going to be hard. This is a snowball kind of comp, and Leomord is sitting at, what is it, 3-1 and what? 3-1 and 3.
3-1-3. Yeah.
And already, like, what, halfway towards building that Blade of Despair. Once that Blade of Despair comes online, that is a big, big power spike.
It's huge, absolutely huge. He scales so well off attack damage because obviously his basic attack state automatically crit when your target's below a certain HP threshold. So
yeah,
it really translates well. And something people will forget is that Blade of Despair also gives you movement speed. So
yeah, exactly. And I mean, combine that with the current movement speed that he has, the blue retribution, the Angela on top to add on to some slows and a potential lockdown. It's just crazy. And right now, the way they're playing the Leomord is literally no fear. He's frontlining, in fact.
Oh, but Hot God actually goes on to Suki. I mean, I feel like Suki can actually turn this as well. They're going to be able to get Nero down. There's a call as well. Just needs to run away from this. This Angela is looking like such a scary pick, keeping all their allies alive, empowering them enough so that they can do whatever they want. There goes Caesar, even without the Hot God, he's got no fear. Although taking quite a lot of tower shots, he's going to have to get out at this current moment. But Team Tunisia, they are not scared.
Yeah. They've got Angela with the heals. Angela's picked up that flask of Oasis. The power spike available. They're just walking into the jungle of KTG and doing whatever they feel like. Oh, look at the damage from Sicilian.
Sicilian moment, dude. I mean, what else can you say?
That was nasty.
Very, very. That was not PG.
Yeah. Not in the slightest.
Anyway, we are looking at a little bit of a bottom siege coming in. Okay, he skips the Blade of Despair. He's gonna go the less greedy route, gonna finish off Malefic Roar. I kind of like this angle, especially since he's versus quite a lot of tanky targets. Anyway, he's gonna go in with the Phantom Steed, looking for that backline. Oh, but Yuumi trying to cover the exit of his backline. Is it gonna be enough though? No, that critical damage is gonna hit, and it's gonna hit hard. Mr. Wayland, I don't know, but I think this game is about to end.
Yeah. It's 11-1 in the favor of Team Tunisia. This is complete devastation right now. I mean, if it's the side of KTG, what do you even do right now at this moment? You can't get any farm going. They've got complete map control. They can take controlling your jungle. The Lord is going to be up in the next, say, 15 seconds or so. Where are you going to get the farm from? How are you going to get the Eretel online? How are you going to get the Bane online?
And how are you going to itemize as well? You know, both cores on the enemy team have Malefic Roars at this point. It's not like you can just buy a quick Dreadnought armor and start living through this onslaught. You can't, because they have that penetration already. So it's looking like a real rough one. I feel like if there's anything they can go for here, is they need some sort of crazy play with a Sandstorm and layer the stun perfectly with a Rapid Dryad while the Fast is doing the Feathered Airstrike, and maybe even then you might have a little bit of a chance to win the fight.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't know. It's looking tough, especially with the composition that Team Tunisia have. They've got the late game scaling from the Sicilian. And as we got to see that kill onto the Fasa, Sicilian is online. Sicilian starting to hurt.
And it only gets worse from there, Mr. Way. It only gets worse from there.
Yeah.
Nightfall, he's looking like he's not going to be able to live through this engagement. Nice Breath of Dryad coming out. That's pretty decent amount of stuns here. The Hard God actually used to say Mary there. Beautifully played by Yuki. As well, they even want to continue to fight here. Caesar running down from the top here, trying to pop the Phantom Steed, get that backline right now. The threat of it makes them cower in fear as they're going to be able to get this bottom tower for free.
Yeah. So that's it. Tier 2 turret being taken down. The mid lane wave is pushing in. Phantom Steed is out from the Leomord, but Fasa and that bird form has to fly to the safety of her base. Oh, mid lane
Here we
shield's
go.
gonna be puffed before the second wave comes through.
Oh, that's bad. That spells bad news for the side of KTG here. We're gonna look at the Lord as well, popping down in the top tower. This is not looking good whatsoever. I mean, we also got Heart God up. Caesar still waiting on that Phantom Seed. The Blade of Despair finished at 10 minutes, 3 items. I mean, that's a scary, scary timing.
Oh my goodness. This could be it. I mean, it's just one moment where I'm sure they're going to be starting to try to freeze the lanes, maybe drag them out of the base, and hopefully, as they drag them out of the base, get the kill that they need. Because, I mean, right now, with the advantage you have, why would you want to wait that 70 seconds for the next lot?
Yeah, honestly, I think send it. If I'm Team Tunisia, I just send it here. If I'm Team KTG, I'm looking towards just completely staying behind towers. This is too risky, even, you know. Like you can get harassed out by this Granger. Maybe baby, it's gonna make sure that you're not full HP every time you enter the fight. So you need to be close to your tower and your fountain all the time.
Yeah, this is really hard. This it's looking like we're going into the 5th game. I mean, the gold leads 10k at this moment in time.
Oh my lord, they need a miracle to turn this one around.
Yeah. So the way things are going, we're moving into the 5th. But let's not call this too early. Let's not get ourselves trapped with the commentator's curse. Let's see how this plays out.
All right, Yuki. I mean, look, you know it's bad when an Angela is face checking bushes 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, frontlining.
Yeah, oh my lord.
With the nice discipline being shown at this moment in time. They know the Lord is up. They got their positions already. It's Phobius right there in the front line. He knows he can go in solo at this moment in time, with Angela staying ultra safe, and then Angela doing what Angela does, just keeps that hard card available and split pushes.
Indeed. Obviously, Angela, not the best split pusher, but it does count when obviously you have that global presence. Taking a quick look at the items, Phobius doing insane, like full tank build. Same could be said about the Belirak, arguably, I guess. But Skypiercer is ready to start scaling with the Granger here. Blade of Despair finished as well. Oh my lord, look how fair that Granger is actually. What is that even?
Oh my goodness. And at the same time, we're looking at Leomord start to pick up that Rose Gold Meteor. Feathered Airstrike being committed by the Fasa just to try to zone from the mid lane wave. But there's the Sanguine Claws. Oh, Belirak didn't even stand a chance.
Caesar just 2v4ing them right now, while the rest of his team is taking out the towers here. The base, it's wide open at this point. Look at this Granger just harassing them down. There's no way they can defend this, unfortunately. The game, it's gonna finish.
And we go to the 5th. What a comeback here from Team Tunisia.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that was a blatant draft difference, if I'm being honest. Team Tunisia, they outdrafted KTG pretty hard. This faster here, it's just not working. I don't think they can be picking it like this, especially into a game with so much jump. I mean, I actually used to pick Leomord in order to counter faster, because what you do is when the faster uses the feathered airstrike, you use the Phantom Steed and it cancels it immediately.
Yes. It's quite a good counter to the Fasa. It looked like, based on the way KTJ were drafting, with the Bane being picked up in their previous 2 victories, Team Tunisia, they've made the adjustment. They figured out what they wanted to do. And once again, Sicilian with the victory.
100% win rate hero in this series. I don't know what you're doing not banning it. But hey, I mean, listen, you can't hate them for it. They were trying to make a statement there. They were thinking, we will try and give the Sicilian a go to play against it. It didn't work out again, unfortunately, but we gave it a go.
Oh well, as we're gonna probably head into the next matchup very, very soon. We'll get to find out where the Sicilian makes it through this time round.
Yep, that's true. Stay tuned for the final match between KTG and Team Tunisia. This is going to be a really exciting one. Yeah, we'll see you just then. Once again, welcome back. It is now the fifth and the final game between GNG, also known as Team Tunisia, versus KTG, also known as Kitsune Gaming from I'm not exactly sure. But Mr. Waylander, let's do this. What's going to happen here? I need to know your thoughts.
Oh, this one. I had an idea. Like I was like, okay, it looks like KTJ were gonna take it after the last two games, and then GNG came back with a storming victory in the fourth game. This right now is anybody's game, and it is legitimately anybody's game. We're into the fifth and final match. This is it. Do or die. Everything that has been done today has led up, actually not even just today, like the tournament as a whole has led up to this particular moment in time. I'm not sure what to even expect, except for the fact that we know Joy is going to be banned.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, you know what to expect. Yeah, you're going to see the cat, the small Pikachu cat get taken out. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. But anyway, okay, no Joy this time. We'll see the Joy next tournament or whatever. It's fine. But we are going to see the respect ban again coming out from KTG, taking out the high booster from Caesar.
Is to protect lives.
Now, the biggest question I'm sure well, actually on both our minds and the viewers' minds right now, Sicilian, yay or nay?
Holy
ban
my God,
or
how
picked?
could I forget? Listen, if I see a Sicilian in this match, I'm gonna lose it. Like what the hell? Anyway, I mean, but one of these teams do need to ban it. I think it's up to KTG to ban it, because you know they could easily not ban on Team Tunisia right now and get away with it, both the first pick. But you know,
I can help.
if they don't ban Sicilian here, then I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. Agreed.
Only love
Okay.
are
Okay.
everlasting.
All right.
That
Now,
is fine.
now the decision as to who's going to be the winner is up in the air.
Yeah. We now have a game on our hands here. Let's go. All right. We're gonna go for the Irithel here. We've seen it work before. Maybe, especially in the hands of MLBB. I feel like I don't want to. No. I'm gonna take this back. Actually, I feel like MLBB, in my opinion, was the scarier gold lane player between the two. But now that I remember it, Nezuko has also been pretty terrifying when it comes to his Granger or her Granger or her Melissa, right? And that's why it's being banned all the time here as well.
Yeah. Agreed. The Granger is looking like one of the comfort picks for Nezuko. So why leave that open, though it is currently open? And it looks like Yumi loves to pick up this the Belleric.
I'm asleep already. No, I'm joking. Is this going to be actually Yumi on the Belleric, or is it going to be Nightfall is the question? So far, it looks like it's. I mean, I'd argue that it's going to be the Nightfall on the Belleric here. I don't see any other way that it couldn't be. We're looking at the Angela again, by the way. Is Caesar going to pull out the Leomord again? I don't think he should. I think it's a sort of a once-off combo you should pull out and then not do it again, because then the enemy team sort of knows, oh, he's doing that combo now, so they're a bit more prepared for it. But I mean, the Angela with the Irithel doesn't sound too bad.
Angela the Irithel, or even with a Hilda, or even with there's still Julian is still available, right? Actually, at this moment, he's still available. We don't know if the ban's going to come through. But Julian and Angela can work. Alpha and Angela as well.
As an Angela enjoyer myself, I'm not so keen on those two combos. I think it needs a certain kind of heroes to make a hyper carry with the Angela work. And I think they already have one of them, which is the Irithel. I don't think they need to go further than that unless they're running a Leomord or something.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're looking at the next few picks. Moskov coming out for the first time in the series, which I'm quite excited for. They picked it quite early this time.
So Moskov into the Irithel. This is going to be a battle of timing, because Irithel does outrange the Moskov with her skills, and then Moskov's going to be hoping to land the stun against the wall to get this some advantage there in the gold lane.
Yeah, indeed. I feel like Moskov is a really weird marksman, right? Because he doesn't exactly outscale anyone, like hard on paper, but the fact that he has such a long stun duration on his second skill that it lets him immediately win most man fights if he can land it off, right? So
Yeah.
that's exactly what's going to be happening here, right? Against MLBB, is that if he can get close enough to land a spear onto a wall, then it's over.
Yeah, that stun is insanely long. So Nezuko here picking up the Julian, maybe wanting to take it out of their hands, and then
Okay.
Liam
Okay, no more Leo. They're not going to let them run the Leo Angela combo. It's quite refreshing to see such an old combo be respected in this day and age. So that's refreshing.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
Moving forward, though, I'm not sure why they're banning faster. It's proven to be probably the worst hero in this entire series, but it's fine. I mean, I guess it does do a certain job, and only faster can do that job well enough. So that's fair enough.
He's got the zoning ability down, but you need a little bit of luck for her to take full advantage of that ultimate of hers.
That's true. That's true. We're looking for maybe another jungle ban here. Okay, now we're going to focus on Mary here. We're going to force Mary into a position where I don't know what she picks here.
I'm wondering, you think they're going to go for the Kali ban? Oh, they're going for this.
I don't think they'll go for the Kali ban here. Yeah. I think they might pick it, but they're not going to ban it.
Yeah.
If I was KTG right now, I think I would be picking Nightfall's. No, Nightfall's playing the Belleric here, so they're looking for a Roma. What kind of Roma are they looking for? I'm not exactly sure. I feel like the Matilda won't be so bad with the Belleric in the EXP lane as well as the Julian, but I'm not exactly sure otherwise. Outside of that, I think they want to run a support rather than a second tank, is my point.
Yeah. Matilda would be nice. Counter heals with heals. Maybe pick up a Valentina. You can steal the hard card.
Oh, actually, that's actually not a bad shot here. I know it's another tank, but it's a way to shut down the Earth, though. If Yumi can catch her.
Yeah, with that Avatar of Guardian, but it is a bit of a high skill ultimate. I mean, it's not difficult to cast, right? To be honest, but it's just your timing. It's a very clever ultimate to use. You gotta wait for certain skills to come out, and then you gotta know when you need to go in.
Indeed. All right, we're looking at the last two picks of the last final game for Team Tunisia. Okay, we haven't seen that yet. I quite like this. It's a nice amount of control that the front line from KTG is going to suffer from with the Eternal Guardian percent damage, and there's going to be the first game of Alpha as well. So they're going to run it back in this last game here.
Yeah. Going for the Angela Alpha combination, so they really do want to have a lot of heroes that can combine with Angela by the looks of their strat. And well, with Vexana, she does do quite a bit of damage to tanks, as you were saying.
That's true. We're looking for a mage now.
Hey, what's
honestly,
left?
I don't know what's left, if I'm being honest. I'm trying my best to think of something. Come on, let's try and guess it before they pick here.
I promise you I'll be thinking Valentina right now. That would be the one I want to go for.
I'm not so sure about that. Oh, there's no way. There's too many counters, dude. Okay. All right, man. I don't know what this pick is.
You've got the Spear of Alpha to worry about. You've got
Eternal Guardian. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the Spear of Alpha, Eternal Guardian, two very easily cancelable spells for the Swan Song. But listen, I mean, you can respect it. Neko, this is the knockout game. What I said at the beginning of the stream, and not let alone beginning of the finals, is that meta comfort is better than comfort is better than discomfort meta, right?
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is that, if there's a meta hero that Mary couldn't pick, just run it back to what she's comfortable. I mean, not Mary, Neko, right? Run
Yeah.
it back to what she's comfortable with.
Well, with everything to play, everything on the line, the score is 2-2. Fifth and final match in the grand finals of the Carry First Africa Cup Women's Invitational.
Oh, what a way to start. No, I'm kidding. I guess we can discuss this pick a bit further. I do like Odette. I think she is a very underrated mage. It's just extremely risky. Sure, you have a huge payoff for a good swan song, but outside of that, you kind of lack any survivability. You have a decent stun on your second skill, but it's not exactly the most reliable one. It can be hard to hit sometimes, and then obviously the risk of getting your ult cancelled is really, really scary.
Yeah, agreed. It's a sort of a glass cannon. It's either going to be hit or miss, and a lot of it's going to come down to, the timing. She's going to have to bait out or wait out a lot of the skills that's going to be used to cancel her ultimate. Because we just mentioned two of them. Actually, the two of them that's there, the ones with knockup, which is going to be the Eternal Guardian and the Spear of Alpha. So that's something to be on the lookout for.
And both of them are quite, listen, I know Eternal Guardian's meant to be this quite flashy rival of Lord Number 2, but it is quite a low commitment spell, if you think about it, right? You do it in a way that you start a team fight with. Or you don't even need to start the team fight with it. You can use this counter initiation. It's a very versatile spell. And so the time where you're going to be using the Eternal Guardian is most likely the time that you're going to be using the Swan Song.
Agreed. It's just as you said, it's very versatile because you can use it also to do some lane pushing as well. Because not a bad option. It is just using that word you used, the mini lord.
Yeah, and talking about lane pushing, Odette, that's where she struggles as well. She doesn't have as good of a lane push as Vexana. That second skill along with the passive is going to be able to nuke that wave real quick. She's going to be able to rotate essentially pretty much every time she clears the lane. So, Vexana has that advantage over Odette as well. But hey, listen, it could be anyone's game. We don't know. Maybe Nico is the global number -1 Odette right here. So, can't judge too early.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Maybe. It all comes down to how the plays are going to work out. Because let's be honest, there were some drafts here that we were surprised with, and then somehow seemed to work out in the favor of the team that was using it. But, pause is over. By the looks of it, we're back into the game. The timer is counting down. 3, 2, 1. We're back into the match.
All right. Let's get this. I'm excited to see Caesar specifically in this game. When you play Alpha, it's all about just hard committing into early skirmishes, especially when you have a Hilda on your team. Like, this is all about if Team Tunisia can run over their enemies. And if they can't, this Moskov is going to take over. And Odette is one of those heroes that, even if it's risky, that late game timing is going to be crazy.
Yeah, but if you think about it, right, there is no real burst damage for the side of KTG. So if I was the Alpha, I'd be looking at picking up War Axe into the Oracle as the second item. I know it's a bit strange to go for the Oracle, but with the Angela and the Hard Guard, it could be devastating.
Did you just see that Mary's damage on the two of them? Like, hectic stuff coming in from Vexana right now. They're still a little bit too close to the creep wave, and that's a bad idea versus a Vex.
Yeah, that's a horrible idea versus a Vex. And we can see once again, as you were saying, quick rotations while Beleric and Odette still stuck in the mid lane. You've got Mary and Yuki here on the Vexana-Angela combo already on the gold lane.
Okay, but Moscow, I'm really liking this Moscow pick, right? This is one of the most cleanest heroes in the game. It does a lot of everything you want, coming in from a gold lane. So I feel like he's gonna have a good game this time.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Agreed. Well, once it gets that level 4 power spike, even right now, as we're heading towards the first turtle of the match, Moscow, not quite that level 4, will be with a wave. It is going to be something that if you are the side of KTG, you're going to have to be on the lookout for. because he's going to hit that Spear of Destruction and enter the team fight from all the way across the map.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to be the first turtle coming in right now. I feel like Alpha, at this early time in the game, is going to be completely owning this turtle fight right now. Suki's going to go in with that Hilda, going to drop the Willpower of the Wilderness onto Nero. There it is, Avatar Guardian. It's actually going to be first blood from Neko onto Yuki. Excuse me, did Neko just get the turtle? Am I correct by saying that?
Yeah, that Swan song coming in, absolutely clutch right there. Nice timing.
Yeah, I mean, this could be the best Odette player in the world, and we're just busy trashing the pick.
Yeah, that's true. It was always going to come down to timing. I mean, it's going to be difficult to keep the timing.
Ooh, nice, cute little steal there, cute little emotes as well. Bit of mental damage onto Nezuko. You always love to see it.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you took it down nice and low. Let me just throw one skill.
All right. As you can see, I mean, we expected this, right? Nezuko. Oh, no, excuse me. Nightfall in a bit of danger here. Avatar of Guardian going to be able to get Nightfall out of there. Beautifully played. But here comes Neko as well as Yumi. There it is. Swan Song is going to be coming out. Eternal Guardian's dropped. I think it's free reign to use that Swan Song right now. Playing it a bit backliney here. Oh, but here it is. Doing decent amount of damage, but not anywhere near enough to take down a Hilda. Oh, a cute little swipe takes down Caesar, but Neko's going to have to pay for that one.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the engagement is continuing here as we're watching Nero join the battle here and just throwing out those skills on the Julian. There's the
Spear
knockup.
Destruction. Oh, I think Suki falls here, but a cute little SOD coming in from Nezuko. Off the mark, unfortunately. But hey, dude, this Odette's kind of slapping.
Yeah. ATG pulling up early, almost say 1.5k gold lead at this moment in time.
Inspire committed by Nezuko. I mean, you don't usually see Inspires in Moscow's, do you? I guess since you're going crit, it doesn't matter actually, yeah. Inspire with the crit can really help to offset the lack of attack speed that critical builds usually lack, right? So I think it's not a bad choice. Okay, we're looking at Yumi holding that front line really well. Neko, Swansong is available to use, as well as the Wrath of Drya. Nezuko does not have that SOD, so no joining from the goal lane this time. But look at this, Yumi. She's taking quite a lot of damage right now from the poking, and Suki is going to have to take a little bit of that brunch as well. Just in a second, the turtle's getting down quite low. Nero is going to be able to be the one that takes it. Swansong has been committed. It's completely melted Caesar right there. SOD hit on the mark this time. Nezuko is going to be able to join the fight, taking down Suki right now. There's the Heart God coming in onto that Irithel. There's the combo we're talking about. Yumi is not going to be able to get away from that one. Nero trying to turn around. Oh, the outplay onto Mary. That was crazy. Maybe gonna have to leave Yuki behind. I think Nezuko wants to try and chase it down, but it's not going to be enough.
My goodness, that second skill from the Julian. Take a bow.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. You can see that Julian really shines in those situations where it's like you both parties are like on really low HP and they're all waiting for their next skill to come up. But Julian's always going to be the one that has it first and makes the outplay in the right moment.
Yeah. That was absolutely clutch. So maintaining the gold lead on the side of KTG, but and this Odette, I must admit, I am surprised.
It's working, dude. I don't know what else to say here. It's actually working. She's Neko's being very patient with it, waiting for Yumi to go in with the Wrath of Dryad as well as Nightfall, right? So she's got the right team to set it up for her to use the Swan Song safely, and it's doing insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, agreed. It's just beautiful timing. This is some excellent teamwork from the side of KTG. But right now, it's going to be a battle for map control. We are heading towards that 20-second mark before the next major objective for the game, the turtle spawns up. But it looks like GNG opting against going for this turtle or getting into position early. They wanted to put a bit of pressure on the gold lane, but quick rotations from Gato and Beleric keeps the Moskov safe.
That's true. That's true. Moskov is probably the most important member of KTG. Same with the Irithel coming in from the side of Team Tunisia. I mean, it's a traditional sort of thing, right? Where your gold lanes are most important, but it's really been shining in these last few games. The gold lane, how important it is to close out these games. Anyway, we are looking at the turtle getting taken down here. SOD is available to join this one. I think Nezuko is going to throw it quite soon. Oh, beautiful Terrify coming in from the Vex. Nero going in on the back line here. Well, that's the backline on Suzuki. SOD misses, unfortunately. Eternal Guardian hits on the mark right there. There's the Swan Song doing millions and millions of damage. Look at it, just shredding through it. Finally gets cancelled by Mary. Look at Mary on like 1 HP, doing so much work. And it's going to be Yuki to finish off this Neko, as I didn't even look who got the turn. I was busy watching Mary living on 0 HP. Nero gets the last hit onto Nero.
Oh my goodness. It was Vex who managed to get that turtle. Surviving.
Oh, it was Vex as well? Mary outplayed everyone that entire fight. That was insane.
Yeah. I can't even say that was 1 HP. If there was a number less than 1 HP, that was the HP Vex was at.
That was MVP of the entire match so far play for me right there.
Yeah. But even with that, it's a 2.5k, almost going to 3k gold lead. Still in the favor of KTG. But it all comes down to a question of scaling. Seppi, who scales better between these two lineups?
I mean, it's extremely hard to say, but I'll have to go with KTG, right? Sure, they have an Irithel on the side of Team Tunisia, but this Moskov can sort of match that, as well as the fact that Neko on this Odette, she is going to be extremely deadly the later the game goes.
If this Odette doesn't get the MVP, this game's bugged.
I mean, that's the whole reason that she's not a meta pick right now, right? Is because she takes too long to clear waves, and her ult is extremely cancelable. But if you play around those two things for one, getting through the early game where you have to, she can't farm that well, right? So she has to get her items first, and then two, being good enough of a player to just play around and make sure your swan songs count is where you can really see her shine.
Yeah. Do you think she's ever gonna pull Skypiercer?
No. I will stop glazing this Odette as soon as she rolls it. Alright.
Alright, so first Lord of the game is up.
Yeah, we're looking at that Lord right here. Well, guess what else cancels Odette ult? Lord knockup. So, gonna have to be a little careful of that.
And look at Moskov. Moskov doing exactly what you expect of Moskov to do. Oh, the spear
on 3! Beautiful, but Odette comes in with a beautiful swan song completely cancelled out by the Eternal Guardian. Lord gets also a huge knockup as well. Look at this Irithel with the hard cut coming in from the Angela, doing quite a lot of work. There's a whole lot of death, but the Lord is still going to go to Nero.
Oh my goodness. Should I be saying Jinx there?
Yeah, I mean, but that was an insane spear of alpha from Caesar.
Yeah. But that counted engage, once the Moskov threw that spear of destruction, entered the team fight, changing the course or the tide of battles. It was a 3-for-3 exchange, but you gotta say that team fight goes the way of KTJ because they picked up the Lord with that exchange.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, this is all eyes on Moskov, really. He's been playing this absolutely perfectly. But so you same could be said about the Irithel, right? Maybe with the Yuki behind her, well, on top of her, I guess is the best way to put it. Is going to be also the what you need to keep your eye out for here, because it's just all about the marksman and how long they can live, because these two have such high damage output.
Hell yeah. So if you're South African, that was Seppi giving us a Cremora advert. It's not inside. It's on top.
Okay, dude. Anyway, we're looking at the shield on the top tower here. It's probably going to get taken on the Lord, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay. That's the first time seeing that used on the Lord, actually. Oh, look at the spears coming in from Moskov. They're hitting after the tower. Collateral damage.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful of that one.
Yeah, I think KTG, they just wanted to get their tier 2 turrets secured as the objective and then move back. Get to some farming.
Indeed. If we have a quick look at items, I believe Nezuko has Trinity finished with the... Oh, yes, she's going for the crit build here. So she's got essentially a crit Trinity finish with a Malefic gun. Now, this is pretty insane, if you ask me, for having this at 12 minutes.
Yeah. Just one item away from a full build at this moment. Though with a marksman, I don't think you can consider 5 items full build because you're going to be going for that boot cell.
The boot cell, yeah, the boot cell. Exactly. Yeah, I feel like this Aerithel is building Rose Gold. Is Rose Gold that good of an item that you still need to buy it here? I'm not exactly sure. Nero needs to be real careful going into this. I feel like they're going to go all the way to the base if they could. Shut down. I think Nero was completely out of position there.
Yeah. Though the one saving grace there for him.
We have the one saving grace. Is that they make it a 1-for-1?
Yeah. And they got the tier 3 turret down. They're into the base. It looks like they're going to be taking another tier 3 turret. Mid lane is falling as well. The Lord is up in a few seconds. Aerithel has to recall. It doesn't matter.
Yuri goes in with the flicker as well as Avatar Guardian. They could try and end it now, but Nico's taking a whole lot of damage from MLBB. I think this might have overstepped just a little bit here. If they can get a hard card onto MLBB, this could be the end. No, okay. Because I feel like if the hard good comes out of MLBB there, sure, it can't happen because Angela's dead. But if she turns it around there, they can get Lord and make this a complete comeback.
Yeah. Muskov starting the Lord up, waiting for Julian to come in. They're trying to rush this, hoping that Beleric can do all the zoning that he can do. Yes, he manages to do that, securing the objective, but the engagement is continuing. There's the Aerithel, the hard card is on her. She's doing so much of damage. Vexana taking down the Julian.
Oh, Suki just drops the hammer on Nezuko there. That was nasty.
Yeah. So 2 dead with the Lord. I don't think they're going to be able to end this. If they kept those players alive, the stuns come out from this Odette at this moment. Lord being taken down really quickly, should be melted before he could even get to tier 1 turret space.
Oh, there it is. Maybe Baby picking up the Malefic gun now. This is when things start to get real spicy. It's such a big item type timing for her that I feel like it's really hard to mess us up now, because having that extra range allows you to kite so many more spells than you can usually.
Yeah. Gold lead being cut down to 1k, but we're entering that territory, Seppi, where the gold lead does not matter anymore.
Oh, I haven't heard that phrase in a while, but you're right, actually. You're right. I feel like, okay, there's Nezuko on that 6th item there. It's going to be the Wind of Nature. That's pretty huge. That's gonna be the one way that Nezuko can actually go in and take out Baby, right?
Yeah. It's gonna come down to once more the battle of the gold laners. Though I would say it's still advantage KTG. They have the map control and they have the Moskov. So if you're at the side of GNG Team Tunisia, you have to be ultra careful for that back door. Moskov is just going to be camping this out, waiting for the opportunity.
Believe it or not, there's still 2 tier 1s in this game right now. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, mid lane, top lane. Just taking a look at one of them right now.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a nice opportunity for Moskov to start pushing here. They're gonna really start feeling this Moskov side lane pressure.
Yeah.
Look how many recalls there are. If Nero can cancel some of them, this could be huge. Although he's going to get the brunt of the punishment, they need to try and get him out. The Revitalize is going to be able to keep him alive. I don't think so. It was a good try from Nightfall, but he needs to get out as well. The hard card on the Alpha is actually a genius play here right now. Mary's going to control him up. This is catastrophic. With the Odette, Neko, she takes on Mary.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What was that?
This is everything on the line, literally everything. They are throwing the kitchen sink as well at each other at this moment. It's heading to the 20-second mark. It's 20 seconds for the Lord. Julian is deceased, but will be back in time for the Lord. It's about positioning right now. Can KTG establish map control where they've got the Moskov to get the split push going? I'm sure they want to try and get a slow push on the top lane and maybe in the mid lane as well. Control the lanes right now. They got Beleric to front line. It's going to be the Gatto and Julian back into the mix. So they do have the advantage to take this Lord. Not quite the 18-minute Lord, but still a Lord nonetheless.
That is a Lord indeed. I mean, a Lord is so valuable here. Suki's going to be holding that front line. There's Beleric going to be able to control them up a little bit. Suki's taking so much punishment right now from this Julian, but it doesn't really matter. She's going to be able to heal up with that bush healing right there. Nico, oh my god. Nico has been absolutely going in with no fear face checking bushes right now. It is actually blowing my head. Like straight off. Okay, we're looking at the Lord. It's about 50% HP quite soon. Look at the taunt coming in from Nightfall. Is going to be enough to control the fight, enough for them to take a win here. Suki taking quite a lot of damage here. Turner Guardian along with the Swan Song, but Baby blows her up. Here we go, Baby. Also, there's no Heart Guardian available for her to keep her safe here. It's going to be a pretty nasty trade for both teams. Missing Neko and Baby here. However, I feel like KTG are in the advantage when it comes to this one.
Yeah. This is gonna be the Lord that they needed. I mean, they could have even waited the 12 seconds if they wanted to. But I suppose they were like, no, let's just seize the opportunity that while we have it, we don't want to give even the slightest bit of space for a retry steal to come through.
What a real nail bite of a match one this one is. We got the okay. I see what Alpha's doing there. He's gonna go for the Oracle here. So, and I think what he's saying is like, hey Yuki, can you start ulting me off on here? I've got Oracle, my team doesn't, alright?
Yeah. That Oracle play, I was thinking that he was going to pick up the Oracle a little bit earlier. I would have went for it as the third item after the boots and then finish the blood wings. Or the Queen's wing, sorry.
Yeah. All right, we're looking at Baby has sold her boots. She's gone that Wind of Nature here. Here we go. Lord in the base. This could be it. This could be how KTG take this fight. Amazing Spear of Destruction right here. The Flood's going to be Oasis. Not going to save them here. The base. It's going to be wide open. Lord just needs to hit him a few more times. Are they going to be able to do it? They do.
KTG.
As the winners.
KTG. Taking this carry first cup all the way into a fifth matchup. Over exciting, and here you go. Here's your champion.
The MVP. Look who the MVP is.
The hero that we thought was not going to be doing much. Neko proving us all wrong. Odette 9.2 with the MVP. Absolutely. Wow. Oh my goodness. This was worthy of a grand final game.
Yes, I completely agree. Did you see that crazy play that Neko did? Her whole, two of her teammates died. It was just her left. 3 people still left. But watching you is that all of their spells were down. She just walked in there, no fear, ulted the Vexana and got out.
Yeah. I suppose she would have had the Winter Crown and the wings there, knowing that when it's the moment in time for you to be engaged upon. Because Winter Crown is quite a good item for an Odette, especially. It'll cancel out any potential cancellations of her ultimate.
Indeed. Oh, but what a game. If you had to give you an MVP for the entire series, though, who would that be, Mr. Way?
Ooh. This one's a bit of a difficult pick, right? I did like the jungler for the side of KTG doing some Nero
played some pretty insane. Yeah.
I mean, if I'm leaning towards anything, I would say Nero across, because I mean the Bane plays for the second and third match beautifully done. I mean that one shot, that cannon one shot in the third matchup was it was sexy, shall we say.
Yeah, it was. Yes, I can agree with that completely. I would have to say my MVP was between the 2 mid laners, 100%. I feel like Mary made some insane plays, and so did Nico. If I had to choose between the two, I'm gonna have to go with. I'd have to go with Nico. I think I'll go Nico. It's a hard decision because Mary, that same game, did some insane 1 HP outplay there, which was ludicrous. But Nico in the end played a bit more consistently, in my opinion, and had the balls to, also pick the Odette in the final game. So much respect to that. She earns my MVP.
Well, this was an absolutely fun series. We went all the way through 8 games, and it was legitimately back and front. If you think about the final score across all these 8 games, it was so close.
So
Yeah.
absolutely close.
Yeah. Oh, well, that will have to do it. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Carry1st Africa Cup for the Women's Invitational. Thank you so much to Carry1st and also to ACGL. The guys at ACGL here, they've been absolutely amazing to us. So much appreciation to them.
Yeah. I really enjoyed working with you guys. This was a fun evening. We got to sit front row seats to watch the game we love.
Yes, indeed. That is exactly how we like it.
Or shall we say it, free front row seats to the game we love.
That's true. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll be it from us. We hope to see you next time.